Hola. Hola. Hola, hola, Oli. Hola, pollos. ¿Cómo están? How are you guys doing? Hi, welcome in. Welcome to fucking hell. Back from the dead. I was never dead. I was never dead. I miss you guys too. I miss you guys all the time. Why am I looking down like that? What the fuck? Hello? Why am I looking down? You know, it doesn't matter. Hi. How are you guys doing today? Yeah. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you feel me? Thank you for the water. You know what's funny? I didn't have water and I had to like grab one of those big ass fucking thick ass tubs. You know what I'm talking about? The termites for the water. I don't know what the fuck they're called. But anyways, I got one of them. I filled it up to the rim and I put it. I just shoved it in the fucking. Hold on. I had to calibrate. Hold on. Is it done cut? Hold on. I gotta recalibrate. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Anyways, I just fucking shoved it in the fucking freezer and it's fucking frozen, so I have to wait for it to fucking get cool or warm up. But thank you for the water. I'm doing good. I have so many good news for you guys. Not really. It's technically just one. But it's exciting and I'm excited to tell you guys. And I hope you guys are so excited because I'm excited. And because I'm so excited, then that'll make you excited. I'm so excited that'll make you load a knot on your underpants with me. And we can taste each other. That's how excited I want to be with you guys. You're looking down because I'm on Twitch mobile and Shadi's down below. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute, GB. Reach 200. Let's go. You're looking at mobile. Oh boy. I pray for your ears and I hope that you are alone because yes. Hi, Dolivan. How are you? Hey, yo, why you say it like that? Hi, Sammy. Hi. How are you? Are you guys ready for the announcement or should I wait? It only took me 16 months. Holy shit, dude. Time flies by so fast. Holy fuck. I'm not sorry. I love you more. Say it. Okay, so hear me out real quick, okay? So first things first. Not today, but tonight after my stream, I will be revealing the date of my debut for for a surprise little stupid debut model debut, I should say. But I'm so excited because I've been wanting to, dude, I swear to God, before I went live, I had the model on and I was like, should I just do it? Should I just fucking do it? So yes, first things first, tonight, I reveal the date of debut, which will be in a few days. It's no surprise because I've been talking about it, 26 months and only 30K. Yeah, that's what happens when you fucking torture me with kulikitaka. Listen. I will say the announcement when I say it, okay? If I want to cock tease you first, I will. God damn it. It's like edging, man. Do you ever just edge? Okay, so that was the first one. Second one. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of nervous. All right, I'm just gonna show you guys, and you tell me if you see it. Okay? You guys tell me if you see it. You guys tell me, and guess what it is. Tell me what you think it is. Yes. Yes. We got our first sponsor, baby. Let's go. We got our first sponsor ever. Oh my god, guys. It took me so long to get a sponsorship and we finally got it. So let me talk about them real quick. Oh my god. Bro, I'm not. Oh my gosh. I promise I'm not gonna be over here fucking shoving it down your guys' throat. I promise. I promise. Oh, it's a comic one. Yeah. Second one is you admitting you're cute. No, never. Oh my god. Okay, so if you guys wonder, hold on. Actually, oh my god, I was supposed to read it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I am not prepared. I'm prepared, but I'm not prepared. I promise. Does not even make sense, bro. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of Doobie before. And if you haven't, then you will today. Let me see. Is it the Doobie thing, or I have never heard of Doobie? Well, good, because I'm here to tell you what it is. She'll do it herself one day, I believe. Don't worry, we all... Oh my god. Though I might buy some because Song Jin Woo Dream. Oh my god. Okay, so... For those who don't know about Doobie, or don't know a lot about Doobie, Doobie is a clean energy drink that is made to give you focus with no crash, jitters, or angst like other energy drinks. We also have no maltodextrin fillers and don't use artificial dyes. Doobie contains vitamins, amino acids, and nootropics. Guys, I practice saying this. I don't know how to say it. And 150 milligrams of caffeine, which is what I need. I don't know about y'all, but I need that. Doobie is a product. Doobie product is made in the USA in a FDA inspected facility that strictly adheres to GMP manufacturing guidelines. They were founded in April 15, 2021, and since then have created and grown a very awesome community of streamers, content creators, and gamers. Our biggest goal with Doobie is to create a one-of-a-kind community in which we can help all collaborate and help each other to grow and be better. That's the slogan, by the way. Doobie, be better. Oh gosh. And that's basically what Doobie is. Yeah, it's amazing. It's awesome. So basically, it's kind of like gamer shops, but it's like an alternative option. And speaking of Doobie, tú puedes a mi casa. Amigas y amigos. Hey, hey, hey. Say it in chat. Chimpy, chimpy, daba, daba, doobie, doobie, daba, daba, Mexico. Boom, 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 boom. Tú puedes venir a mi casa. Ay, puta. Okay. No llora. Ahora. Chippy, chippy, daba, daba, doobie, doobie, daba, daba. Boom, 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 boom. Mexico, the booty, booty, boom. Chippy, chippy dabba dabba dooby dooby dabba dabba. That has to be the fucking song for Doobie. I swear to God. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm fucking annoying. I know I'm annoying. I know. What you mean I'm lagging? I'm not lagging. You're lagging. Hey, I mean, if it can be for a drink, I can definitely use it for the new. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. I forgot to show you guys my code. My code. How about you write the way you say it? That's what. That's true. I can use your discount code for Songjing Wu drink. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna be honest. Hi, Slimy. Hi. How are you? If I could use the iguana code for. Actually, you know, it's funny you say that because you can indeed use the code iguana for Doobie for 10% off. Oh my gosh, I swear to God, I did not play this song. It played on itself. What a coincidence. What the fuck? What the fuck? Xiaomi Springtrap is in the bed. No way. No way. Why isn't the iguana discount valid for solo? It is. It should be. It should be. Oh my God. If you're annoying, why would... I don't know. Except for the crossover stuff, it says not valid for the items in my cart. Try again. Try again. I just knew he released today. I own him. I might have to get on. I might have to skip. Bro, I might have to dip on fucking Dead Rails and just play Dead by Daylight. I tried 3 times. Hold up, I'll get a screenshot. Okay, yes. Please show me. Show it on the server, please. Let's play DVD. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I gotta show you guys. I forgot. I have to show you my code. Yeah, se marchó. On this. The image, okay. Fuente destruyó. There we go. Oh, wow. It's fucking huge. Holy fuck. Sorry, didn't mean it to be that big. There we go. Use code iguana for 10% off. Make sure you guys are typing iguana correctly. I know it can be kind of... Also, if you go to my profile and you go down to my About Me section, you can also get the code from there. If you click on that picture on my profile, it should already be linked with my code. Shami, I don't know if you saw my message from a few days ago, but I said I found another escape room in... Oh, I love escape rooms. Send a screenshot. I will go shake it right now. I can't join the video, unfortunately, since I don't have PlayStation Plus. It's okay. And also, something I found out is that one game where you can talk with the game dev said it took 2... Holy shit. Wait, with Anne? Who's Anne? Let me check. Let's see. Laka. Discount isn't valid for the items in your cart. What? Wait. Huh? Why? Okay, so can you try doing it with just the energy drink tub? Try doing it with that. I don't know, with the shaker. Try it without the shaker and let me know if it works. If it doesn't work, then I will personally talk with them and see what's going on, because yes. Oh my God. Damn, that's a shame. I did try with just the tub earlier and it didn't work either. Maybe the Songjin Wall crossover stuff just can't be discounted. That one girl. Oh yeah, you told me about that one. Yes, I remember. I think I missed the announcement, right? You did. But you got here on time. I'm going to jump scare you. No, you're not. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do real quick, guys? I'm gonna try that discount myself real quick and see if it's me or if it's gold. My bad. Ew, 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 ew! Okay, so if I click on, I'm gonna just act like I'm gonna buy the Shadow Monarch, cause I love. Okay, so where do I? Hold on, I'm so fucking dumb. Yes, one of those. Chop. Let me act like I'm gonna pay. But I do not want to log in right now, motherfucker. Okay, there we go. So, code iguana. Apply. Oh no! Why is it not? I guess it's not for the. Oh man. I guess it doesn't work for the solo leveling stuff. But let me check with a regular one real quick. So I put the. Okay, so I guess it doesn't work for the solo leveling because it's licensed, I believe. But I can also talk to them real quick too about it and see if it's possible to get it discounted. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But for anything else, it works. It should work. It should. I'll see if I can apply to other items, and if it works, then it's just. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But the good thing is that it still works for other I guess it works for everything except for that. I don't know. Xiaomi, I have made an update on the Xiaomi font skin and Minecraft is in the Mexico chat. Have you seen it? Not yet. No, I haven't. Hi, Nonoha. How are you? I just checked. This is scroll. It works for everything else. I wonder why. Well, that sucks because the solo leveling stuff was what I wanted. Because I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What if I personally buy like 10 of them, right? And I do like a giveaway and I give out like 9 of them or something like that. I don't know. Xiaomi, in case you were gonna play Dead Rails, remember to censor the party. Yes, I remember. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. But yes, for those who are tuning in now, basically we got a sponsorship with Doobie, and tonight after stream, I'm going to be posting the date of my model debut. So I'm excited. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. Just so you guys know, again, you can use code Iguana for 10% off. I'll be posting it on the server as well for those who can't make it to stream. And yeah, I'll be posting a lot more details about it too on the server, so you guys have more information about it. But yeah, I can't wait. I personally can't wait to get my little demon hands into one of these tubs. How do you feel about Bruno Mars being a festival person? I mean, honestly, it's better than fucking Sabrina Carpenter, in my opinion. Hola, Mystery, ¿cómo estás? Hola, Oli. Chippy. Hi, Crinzo. Hi. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo has estado? Well, that's stupid. There should be at least still be an option to support your creator with the code, even if it doesn't discount. Cause that's the only reason I wanted to get Doobie. I can, like I said, I'm gonna be. Well, I have to anyways because I just recently got it like yesterday. So I'm gonna have to like contact them and see if there's anything I can do. If I can like do a giveaway myself and give you guys some of the solo leveling products for free and stuff like that, you know? Which, I mean, you didn't know Springtrap released today? No, I actually didn't. I only knew that it was gonna be released this summer, but I don't even, it's not even summer yet. I didn't think it was summer yet. Con sueño, yo también tengo sueño. Estoy cansada. Y con moco. Y con moco. It is summer? I didn't know it was summer. It doesn't feel like summer. The fuck? Lagartijo, iguana, lagarto. Lagartijo, iguana, lagarto. Me asomo en la ventana y veo una paloma, un lagartijo que me está mirando. Papi, chame. You guys are so cute. When I'm dying. It's summer. Alright. Well, just let me know if you try DBD today. Okay, I will. It's a chami. It's a panda. It's a panda. If I buy the solo leveling stuff, well, it's my website is linked to you. Will it still benefit you in any way? I think that as long as you do it through the link that I have on my profile, it should still benefit me because it counts as a referral, I think. So it even if it doesn't like benefit me with money, which is okay, it should still benefit me in the aspect that more eyes are on it, if that makes any sense. But like I said, I actually kind of want to do a giveaway with it now that I was talking about it. Maybe get like 3 of them, get two wieners out of it. So if you don't get it and you can't afford it, that's okay because you might get it for free, I guess. I don't know. La cosa que yo quisiera hacerte, hacerte mi mujer como tú te imaginas. Chica, ponte creativa. Alright. That's about it for my announcements. I think that was it. Wow. That's pretty much it. I kind of want to put it here and leave it there. You know, if I do play Dead Rails first, I could technically use these to block the thing, right? I hope. I don't know. We can always try. No es mujer la cosa que yo quisiera hacerte. How are you guys feeling today, though? How was your guys' day today? My day was good. You can use it. What if you let me help you in Dead Rails because you need that amazing duo? Oh my god. Here's the thing. I don't know if you were here in the last episode, Tom. I've made it pretty far by myself. If you saw anybody joining me, it's because they joined through the code that I fucking forgot to cover. But like I was saying, I want to see if I can beat the game first alone and then play with you guys. You know? I did try seeing if clicking the party ID or making a private lobby and nothing changed. What? Wait, doesn't the party ID show in the middle? You know, we'll see. We'll see. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Okay, so dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited for that, not Dead Rails, but a Spring Trap. I'm excited for Spring Trap. Get in here. Ay, no puedo respirar, puñeta. We Gucci? No, wait, hold on. Hold on. It's not working. That's not it either. What the frick? Okay, there we go. And then... there we go. I wish I could make that fucking white, but it won't let me. Ugh! I don't... oh my god, Tom, I swear to god, I'm gonna shove my food so far up your ass that you're gonna become a puppet, bitch. I'm gonna shove my food right up your ass so far in that you're gonna become a puppet. Could I join in Day Rails? Just make the whole top section black and then figure out what the exact spot for the ID is converted to space. Yes. You haven't played with me in like a month. Yeah, that's because you abandoned me. You fucking abandoned me, motherfucker. Also, as for Crimson to join me, like I said, I wanted to see if I could beat it today. And it might not be today because I'm so bad. Oh my god, let's go, Dolivan. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, anyways, sorry. Hi, Gorilla. Hi. You missed the announcement. You missed the announcement. Do you want to know what it is? I did. I checked. Let's go. I can't wait for you to try it. You have to send pictures of it when you get it. Oh my god. You abandoned me. Mejor el escape room juntos. I love Dead Rails, yes. You never asked to play anything? That's because I don't want to bother you. You're always playing with other people. How do you expect me to fuck? How do you expect me to fuck? Well, if you do have interest in that, I'll how to check on how to complete together. I'll be your number one doobie advertiser. Oh my god, you're so cute. Oh my god. Tell me, damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, so basically the announcements were that tonight after stream, I'm posting about the model debut, and then sorry, I'm out of breath because my boogers won't let me breathe. And then I'm sponsored. We're sponsored, baby. We're sponsored. I'm not short. You're short. Debut when? You'll have to see tonight. Or tomorrow. Because, you know, if you go to bed, I know you go to bed early, so you'll get to see it tomorrow. I'll be posting it not only on the server. I'm gonna post it on Twitter. I'm gonna post it on YouTube, on TikTok. So you'll have many platforms to go look at it from. By who? We are sponsored by Doobie. Use code Iguana for 10% off. Is that gamer subs? No. You know what's funny? I tried to get to I tried to get partnered with gamer subs, but um they said that they were closed for applications. So I basically had to wait for them for their applications to open again so that I can try to get in with them. But yeah, that won't probably be for a while. But yeah, I found Doobie, and Doobie, not gonna lie, is probably wait. Huh? Wait. Liz TV, hi, welcome, welcome. What the frick? Oh my god, there's no fucking way, dude. Oh fuck. I love trying to enjoy a game and just hear Xiaomi heavily breathing into my ear. I'm sorry. Dolby Dolby is basically like Gamersofts. Exactly. Dolby is better because it's got the official solo leveling crossover. Hello? If it can't get better than that, because it can't get better than that. Use code Iguana on your order for Dolby to get 10% off and gain 10% increase of brain cells. I fucking love that. Oh god, thank you. It's gonna take like 50 years for the Dolby to get to me though, cause Australian shipping is doo ass. Oh my god, I didn't know you lived in Australia. What the frick? Man, I hope you get it soon though. Dolby is better gamer shops for more than just the solo leveling crossover. Flavors are also better. Yes, it is. I'm collecting drink mixes now. I got two gamer subs flavors and now Dolby flavor. Dude, you have to. Oh my god, we're gonna do a review. I'm gonna do a review. We're gonna do a review. One of these days we'll do a Dolby review stream. Hola Luna, ¿cómo estás? Hola Oli, ¿cómo está? Thank you so much for the fucking game you gifted me. What the freak? Were you stalking me? Oh well. God. Oh my god. If we don't get it, I'm gonna go to Australia and give it to him. Actually, true though, I've noticed Gamershelf flavors aren't very noticeable. Wait, what do you mean? As a professional gamer, self-titled, who's done several 24-hour gaming sessions, Dolby keeps your body right. Dude, that's exactly what I need. That's exactly what I was telling them that I need. Is healthy ways to drink caffeine or consume or inject whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Give me a second, guys. Let me Roblox. Done. I'm not sorry. Wait, can you guys? Okay. I was about to say, oh my god. If you couldn't hear the music, I was gonna scream and cream. Okay, there you go. A little bit. Oh my god. If you miss me, you can just come say hi or, message me or something. Oh my gosh. I got 4 energy drinks with me right now. Holy shit, dude. As someone who's not sponsored for Dolby, you can trust me because they don't pay me even though they should. You can just apply, right? I actually suggest you apply for Dolby sponsorship. Especially the solo leveling makes everything taste better. Dude, for real. He vuelto peleos. pelados como, Nora, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, Aku? Hola, Oli. Oye, Aku, ¿tú estás en el servidor de la comunidad? I just got to my cylinder of water. ¿Que solo leveling qué? ¿Te gusta solo leveling? I don't make enough SFW for the big sponsor. Boy or girl, I'm sorry, I don't know what you are, what you identify as. Forgive me and correct me if I'm wrong. But do you think I'm SFW? I'm so far from being say so, and I still got partnered. Oh my god. Smaller companies tend to have be nicer because they exactly. Slimy, I don't know if you heard me, but I'm gonna do Day by Daylight after this. Do you still want the Cuphead DLC? Listen. I love you, but you don't have to gift it, okay? You don't have to gift me anything. All you have to give me is your love, your soul, and your wiener, because I use other wieners to enlarge my own wiener, and that's all I could ever ask for. Okay. What the fuck? I'm telling you this shit and you fucking send me the gift? I'm telling you this shit and you Why? I fucking can't. I can't. What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. Oh shit. Oh god. I'm not on SFW sites enough for. Oh. Okay, understood now. Oh my god. Yo me vi todo el manga, estoy esperando el lanzamiento de la tercera temporada. Yo también. Pero yo sé que tú no entiendes inglés, so para que sepas, estoy sponsored con Dubi. Si quieres buscar lo que es y quiénes son, búscalo en Google, porque no sé cómo explicarlo en español ahora mismo. No estaba preparada para explicarlo en español. Pero si buscas Dubi y ves que tienen los productos de solo leveling, puedes usar, bueno, en esos productos no, en los productos de solo leveling no los puedes usar, pero en el resto sí. Y si usas código iguana, puedes tener un 10% de descuento. Sí. What am I to give it the honor lunch? No, please stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's like it's meters. Oh my god. I like my wiener. What the frick? Well, if you like your wiener so much, you wouldn't have gifted me. Now you're gonna wake up tomorrow without a wiener, and it's gonna be put into my wiener so that I can have a 20-inch cock. Last time I checked, I was a dude bro male. Let me make sure I didn't follow what I was gonna digital. Good idea. Nada de besos en mi clase. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess hand holding is kind of hardcore, ain't it? Sí, patronizada. Oh my god, Sanctuary. Wait. My God. Gobi juega. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido, bienvenida, bienvenide al infierno de los pollos. Donde te vas a cocinar y te voy a comer. Y te vas a quedar sin nada. Porque conmigo lo tienes todo. Porque conmigo lo tienes todo y no necesitas más nada. Ni nadie. ¿Ok? ¿Ok? Muy bien. Well, y'all are here holding hands. Ew, no. What the freak? No. Take me on a date first. The foot. The foot. Oh, shit. Shami, ¿sabías que el hijo del protagonista de Solo Leveling tiene manga? Pues me lo estoy viendo. Wait, ¿qué? Oh my God. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm just... You guys are fucking distracting me. You always distract me. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I honestly think it's gonna be the middle. Best I can offer Shami is home cooked food and anime. Dude, there's no better date than that. What the fuck? The fuck? Bro, if you don't pull bitches that way, then I don't know how you're gonna pull a bitch. But, I mean, homemade food? Dude, homemade pizza with ice cream? And homemade wings? And watch anime? Dude, that's like... top tier fucking date idea. What the fuck? What the frick? Also, you can't see my code. ¿A quién andas defendiendo? ¿A quién estás protegiendo o tratando con descendencia? ¿Quién? ¿Yo? What? No! Cream soul! Cream soul! Oh my God, I can't breathe. I'm sorry, guys. So, I'm gonna do a round by myself first, if that's okay. If that's okay. I pull films without having to cook. I just gotta show my tall ass and speak. Man, I wish I had that fucking problem. Tú eres la que andaba diciendo que estaba proteína. Wait, what? No, you said that. What? You the one who said that for me. What? I'm confused. I'm so confused now. Tú dijiste que yo estaba patronizado porque that's how you say it in Spanish, right? Se jodió. Bueno, pues. Alright. Guys, do you guys think I'm gonna beat the game today? Type 1 in chat if you think I'm gonna freaking beat the game today. And if you don't, then honestly, you're just a fucking hater. Patrocinada. Oh! Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Honestly, I'm fucking slow. I'm so slow. Your language's word for call is carbón. That's amazing. Tú quieres carbón, cabrón. I still don't see anything, unfortunately. Choo choo. Womp womp. I was gonna say something, I forgot. What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I forgot to take my fucking allergy med. Fuck. Fuck. The way I pull bitches, I don't know about y'all, but it's all I have to do. Bitch. All I had to do to pull bitches is I whip my cock out and I slap them in the face with it. That's how I do it. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'm taking it. And this can be sold? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's how you go to jail. Don't be like Shami. Oh, no. That they like it. They like it. They like it only because... No, don't sell that. Don't. Oh my god. Bro. I was about to say. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Okay, so that's for selling. And then this. This nuts. Hold on. Do I need bullets for this shit? There we go. I can't wait to use that. I like when they fight back. I like when they play hard to get. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Good night. Excuse me. Excuse me. Fucking cunt. Hi, Tom. How are you? How are you guys doing, by the way? You never told me how your day was. How dare you guys? How dare you guys not tell me what the fuck y'all did today? Did y'all get in trouble? Did you commit sins? Make me proud. Wait, huh? The fuck? Hello? Yeah, we're not talking about that. Oh, cabrón. I fucking hate that one. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, fuck me. Bitch. Motherfucker. Oh my god. 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 Bitch. No. 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 Bitch. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. We're good. What is this? I don't know, but I'll take it. We're taking that. Oh, puta. No venga, cabrón. No venga. I need to leave. Immediately. I need to leave immediately. We're getting the fuck out of here. Fucking bitch! Get the fuck out of here! Cabrón! I'm getting the fuck out. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm go. No. Please. Oh my god. Oh, fuck, I hate these zombies, dude. They're so fucking annoying. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna heal myself real quick. And I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. Come on. You want some? You want some? You want some? Bitch. Cabrón. Oh, you want some? Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. It's my birthday? What? Wait. I was doing okay. I don't know, sausage. That's the only thing interesting that happened to me today. Or if you wanna count the AC thing, I told you share that too. Luna, what the fuck, man? How are you? Listen, motherfucker. How is it your birthday and you're here gifting me shit when I should be the one gifting you stuff? What the fuck? What is this? What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday. Did you eat your cake yet? Did you get your birthday wish yet? If not, then you better do it now. You better do it now. My child there. Bitch. You seem to be struggling. Nuh-uh. I don't struggle. Oh! How many bullets do I have? Only 5? Oh! Oh, wait. Is that... Oh, no. It's only 4... Man. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Because we can sell shit, we can sell shit. Decir, ya no me quiero, ya no, ya no. Yeah, I won't lie, Xiaomi, this game easy to beat. You have a long way to go. Listen, it might be easy, but it's not easy for a bitch like me, man. It's not that I don't want to struggle, man. Okay, I'm just bad. Okay, you guys know this. Man, I should have gotten a fucking pickaxe. Oh, fuck. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Run that bitch over. Alright, we're gonna stop the train here. We're gonna stop the train there. I can't shoot! Fuck. You want some? Bitch. Can you die? Can you die? Oh my god. I didn't know. I thought it already came with fucking bullets, man. I'll be good, guys. I'll be good. Just watch, okay? You're watching a pro gamer after all, okay? You're watching a pro gamer after all. Any zombies in here? Come here, bitch. Bitch. What is that? Can you pick it up? Thank you. Holy shit. I'm actually gonna fucking die. Oh my god, let's just hope it doesn't get dark soon. No hay más que discutir. Ya no. What if I get on top of the ceiling? I won't die, right? And definitely not watching a pro gamer. Yes, you fucking are. How much you wanna bet? How much you wanna bet I kill these? You know, maybe... What if I sneak around instead of killing them? You know? Wouldn't that be a better option? That zombie's climbing over there. Oh, fuck me. Bitch. All those... Bro, those fast ones are fucking... Those fast ones are fucking annoying as shit, dude. You want some too, bitch? You want some too? Bitch. Guys, if there's a better way to deal with these fuckers, please tell me. Because, I would rather not get hit or touched by them. You know what I mean? You want some, bitch? Oh, fuck. I fucking missed that one. Fuck! 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 I'm so dead. I'm not gonna lie. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. I forgot I have Molotov. Get the fuck out of here. I put myself on fire! I put myself on fire! So, can you please? It won't let me in even. No cake, I don't like it. Why did you eat on your birthdays then? Ooh, we're not doing that. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. I need it. I think I know which statement to believe now. Listen, guys, that was a test run, okay? Also, I fucking love this song. What if I buy one coal, right? Because I'm more than likely gonna find a place super fast. And then I buy, how much are the, hold on. I want to see how much medkits are. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Let me see. They're only $10? So, okay, so these are $10. So that means I can buy uno, tres, cuatro. That's $40, right? And I put them in my inventory because I'm more than likely to need it. And then I might have fucked up. I actually might have fucked up. Wait. That's not where I need to go. I might have fucked up because these are... How much are they? Okay, no, I'm good. I'm good. What is this? And what? How much is it? How much is it? That's $50? Get the fuck out of here. You know, this is all I need. Why don't you buy a gun like a smart... Listen, I can't buy a gun. I don't have the money for it. Motherfreaker. I don't have the money for it, man. Kasik, hi. How are you? Mientras pa que tú me tientas. Na 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 na. Pa que me calientas, pa que tú me tientas. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Dude, I used to have the hugest crush on Farruko back in high school, dude. Holy fuck. It was insane. Like, it wasn't even cute. It was just like obsessive. Oh my god. Please tell me there's some stuff here I can use for fuel. Oh my god, there is. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Give me your fucking gun. Can I get... Yes! Yes! I have a horse! I have a horse! Tengo callado! Oh my god. Sorry! Hi, Sorry, I fucking miss you. You know what's so funny? I was gonna message you tonight to see if we can hang out sometime this week. And I'm gonna take the day off for you. Just for you. Oh my god, I told you guys, didn't I tell you that I didn't need so much fucking, so much fuck? I fucking knew it, bro. I fucking knew it. Where's my callado? Alright, we're getting the fuck out of here now. Boredoms, hi, how are you? Welcome. Guys, I'm gonna assume that my horse will not leave me. Right? The horse will stay with me forever and ever and ever. Right? Can you please let me get on you? Thank you. Can I make you get up? Can I make you get up? Okay, I guess not. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll be back. My brain's so slow, I can't process what you're saying. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my gosh, wait, I gotta... fucking shit, I fucking missed some stuff. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the chat out, Tom. Oh my god, wait, hold on. I gotta wait. Oh my gosh. How are you doing, Sorry? She's gonna... I'm dying. Oh my god. And I gotta pee myself. I got... Not pee myself, but I gotta pee. Oh my god. Fuck, I promise I don't... Oh my god. I miss you more. So much fuck is crazy. Listen, man. I blame you, okay? I blame you. Text me whenever, girl. My DMs are wide open for you. Hey, yo. Don't aim. Oh, well, tee. Just pick him up. I mean, that it's 2 a.m. Oh my god. Shall we might not pick up the horse and put him on the train? Well, I didn't know I could do that, god damn it, okay? I just got that fucking horse. Yes, we are connected by our only one fucking brain cell that's already dying. Of course you would, why wouldn't she? Now we know you pee yourself. No, I don't pee myself! Okay, we gotta look in. Hold on, guys. We got the song of our motivation. We got the motivational song that we need. So take out your cock and take out your titties for some motivation. Cause I'm coming for you. We got bitches all on my... Die! Fuck! They don't fucking die, dude. They just refuse. Fucking bitch. All up in that asshole. Oh my god. Fuck you. Nope. This how you fuck, bitch. I need it. Thank you. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Fuck! Damn, bitch. I don't know what to say. I just love fucking bitches! Fuck him in the pussy hole. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Bitches know what I'm about. Well, my boy, like, big it in your mouth. Don't be talking no shit. I ain't taking no shit. I said, can you please? Oh my god. Go. I don't have anything. That didn't fucking happen. Okay? That didn't happen. I haven't played the games yet, no more than you. Listen. I don't have. Listen, you say you're slow, I'm slow as fuck, okay? Listen, thank you for following. Welcome to hell. Where you'll hate it or love it. Or love it for the worst. Hi Sin, how are you? Dog, I just showed up and why is this person here? God damn it, man! My horse! My horse, man! God damn it. Robin Surgeon being conducted to kill zombies. Oh my god. I forgot I have bandages, I'm not gonna lie. Guys, I need to lock in. I believe in you guys, man. I believe in you guys. Do you mind adding me on ROBLOX? Yes, you can add me and I'll accept your invitation as soon as I am out of this game. But you can add me and it's literally the same name as on Twitch. Yes, I blame you guys. It's always you guys' fault. Wait, how much is a saddle? How much is this? Should I? Yes or no? Type 1 in chat if I should. Let me change this stupid song. Where's my tomatoes? Up your ass. You know, you'll just have to reach far in enough to get them. The private servers are free. You may have gotten some free points for it. Wait, what? Wait, why is my Discord opening? Hello? How about get a fucking gun? Bro. Yakuza Kiwami Tooth, I think. Wait, what? I'm confusion. Bro, okay, hold on. Get the fuck out of here. Tom, I'm gonna fucking show you. Let's use this for example, right? That's $35 and I need at least 2 of the fuel thing. Wait, how much is this one? That was even more. So no. What about this one? That's even more. Man, fuck it. I'll get one of these. Fuck it. But I also need ammunition. How much is it? But oh, there's no way. Hold on. I have 70. Do the math, okay? Do the math. That's $50, which means I have 20 left. You know what? Fuck it. Just so you know, if I die, it's your fault. Just so you know. All right. Let's go. Yakuza, no Yakuza. Man, you're asking a fucking Puerto Rican to fucking say it correctly, okay? Is she gonna play this entirely herself or with viewers soon? We're gonna play with viewers soon. If you guys behave like a good little chat that you are. I can't wait to see her crash out. I'm not gonna crash out of her. What do you think I am? Trying to explain by herself or not? Yes. Yes, I am. Guess I'll have to... Ow! Fucking bitch! Nah, hold on. They want smoke? They want the smoke. I got it. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry, I got it. Let me up! Why is it so fucking loud? I didn't get scared. I got surprised. I got surprised. Oh. I didn't get scared. I have no aim, okay, as you can tell. Oh my god. It's not Puerto Rico, it's Puerto Rico, man. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll add you back. Yes. I don't know how to buy glass. You better start letting us help. Oh, my God. Puerto Rico, the land of Casanek. Do you have a death wish or something? Puerto Rico. Google it! Anyways, guys, last try by myself, okay? Last try, and then I'll have you guys join for a couple of rounds. But you guys cannot let me die, okay? We had to make that deal. You cannot let me die, and if I die, you have to arrest me ASAP. ASAP. How do I buy a fucking class? Oh my. I mean, the main lobby, you have to buy a class. Fuck. I need in-game money? I have $50. Is that not good enough? Excuse me, bitch. You bald bitch. Fucking bald bitch. Alright, so where do I go? It's right here. Oh my god. Holy shit, there's so many people in here. Okay, so... Excuse me. Why am I bald? What? Why am I bald? No, I didn't buy it. I promise. I promise I did not buy it. I played this game before, man. Because it gives you a hat. Oh. Okay, so let's see what they do. Do you guys want me to read it as it is, or do you want me to translate it? You know what? I'll translate it for those who are fucking slow. Anyways. You play the banjo. And he heals slowly nearby players, but not yourself. Oh, what the fuck? Minor, you spawning with carbon or coal. You have a lantern that always gives light in an area, and you can mine easily. Medic, I mean, this is kind of self-explanatory, you know. Dude, what the fuck? I'm not gonna read all of this. What the fuck? No. I'm just gonna choose one. I'm not fucking reading all of that. Los enemigos matados con un arma de cuerpo a cuerpo tienen un 25% de probabilidad de ser encarnados a costa de esta salud. You get three wolves? What? Yo, I can be a cowboy! You get montura, revolver, munición. Dude, I might do the fucking cowgirl. What? Oh, I I might do the cowgirl. Wait, can you change class whenever you want? What the fuck? Gran apostador, that's nothing. Demolicionista, lechero, vampiro, sacerdote. What the fuck? I can be a fucking zombie, bro? I'm gonna be a cowgirl. I don't know Puerto Rico. Oh my god. I swear to god. Well, you're about to fucking know in this fucking household. Wait, how many people can join the lobby, guys? Only 4, isn't it? Isn't it all just 4? Alright, about memory. Get the conductor. Why would I get the conductor? That's like the least OP one. What the heck? I can't afford the cowgirl. What you mean? I want to get the musician one. Best overalls one. Best overalls one. I'm the cowgirl. Yes, you can buy it if you owe it. Hi, princess. How are you? Go. Thank you so much for the water. Hi. 10 people. Holy shit. As much as it allows you to, when selecting the lobby options, you can have more than 4. Well, you know what? Okay, so here's the thing. You guys, I saw you guys are joining me. Should I do one more alone with the class, and then you guys can join me, or you guys want to join me and then another time I can do it by myself, like tomorrow or something? You maybe get cute cowgirl, and the baldiness makes you cuter. Just don't say that again. Even with the class, you're not winning. You wanna bet? You wanna bet? You wanna bet? Okay. So I have a question for you, Stens. Why should I get a conductor? Bet my soul? You don't got no soul. The fuck? Leave the model as it is right now. Oh my god, are you gooning right now, bro? Are you gooning, son? Are you gooning? Alright, hold on. While you respond to my question, I'm gonna add boredom. Fuck, okay, hold on. I got a piece of that too, fuck. Alright, I accepted your friend request. Okay. We pushed you out of the shop? What the fuck? Conductor is the best one for somebody like you, cause it makes fuel last longer. If you win, you had to be both for the rest of the stream. And if I lose, then what? Since you aren't good at aiming or fighting, plus it makes the game faster. Okay, well, you know what's funny? That nobody has no one has told me that. Am I a cowgirl already? Do I have to choose it, or am I already it? Am I already it? Am I already it? I'm gonna assume I am. Wait, I messed it up. If you lose, bro. Okay, I'm about to fucking prove all of you motherfuckers wrong. Can you tell me why we're twinning? Alright, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. Shami, you haven't equipped it. How do I equip it? How do I equip it? Why are you bald? That's how you can tell. Hi, gorilla. I don't know how to equip it. You have to select it. Get scanned. Does it say you are under your level? No. Let me house the lobby since I got a host. Wait, why you butt shot at me? How do I equip it? Okay, I don't want to fucking do that. Okay, I got it. Oh shit. Both bitch. We're starting? No. Bro, did you not hear me? I'm gonna fuck you up. Come here. Bro, I'm gonna fuck you up. Listen to me. Listen to me. Look at me. Get out! Get out right now. Where are you? Come here. Look at me in the eyes. In the eyeballs. Alright? Come here. Look at me in the eyes. Alright, so I'm gonna do I'm gonna do one more match by myself so I can prove you wrong, okay? Whether I die or win, after that, we're gonna play together, okay? We both ball gang. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. How are you, princess? And that's that. I'm sorry for coughing in your face. Now you got fucking Ebola. But yeah, we're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna invite you guys. I promise. But I want to prove you motherfuckers wrong. I'm gonna lock in, and I'm gonna fucking win. I'm gonna fucking win. All right. What the fuck? What is this game, man? With Bimbo. You guys want to know what else is bold? And then after we play a good while DVD time, yes! I don't know if I should. I'm gonna buy. Oh, well, I don't know. Should I get Springtrap? Should I get him? So much shenanigans. Thank you, Lucy. Can we get a shout out for Lucifer, please? How are you? Why can't you just set up the game on English for streams? Wait, what do you mean? I ain't speaking English. Huh? What are you talking about? Do you not think I'm speaking English? Oh my god, Lucy, you did it wrong. Elmod. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do what I did the last time. We're gonna get the bandages, and this time try not to forget that we have it, right? First, yes, you should. Driving. Wait, what? Hold on. What? What do you mean? No, we're not doing that. What the fuck? Yes, you should. Oh my god. Bro, do a refund for those points. I'm not using the train. Okay? You wouldn't have to translate. Someone reading, you can't drive the train. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Do a refund right now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, you guys don't want me to do it. Okay, that's fine. So here's what I'm gonna do then. Tenemos 70. That's 70. Me quitado. That's 20. So we buy that, right? And then we go over here. Hopefully they have a saddle. Because if they don't have a saddle, then I'm fucked. Alright? I'm fucked. Actually, where can I buy a saddle if there's no saddle there? Wait, don't I have one? So, shouldn't I have a saddle already? I'm so confusion, bro. I'm confusion. 10 minutes till train. Papi's head is so shiny. She will walk to the end. Bro, that's gonna take... You guys are desperate for me to play with you guys, and yet you're fucking redeeming something that... Who needs a train? Who needs a train when you have a horse? Who needs a train when you have a Who needs a train when you have a horse? Hold on, wait. Before I go. No, we're not doing no horse. No. And I'm keeping the fucking point, by the way. If you want to be a little fucking brat, I'm keeping the fucking points. Fucking bitch. ¿Qué carajo tú te quieres? Pendejo. higher. We can go brighter in the sun. Okay. I think I'm ready. Estoy pelada. Cabrón. Tom, what the fuck? No. We're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, then I pissed all my points anyways. Oh my god. So no horse for 10 minutes. I can do that. But just that one time, okay? No more after that. Yeah, keep laughing, bitch. You're gonna be choking on your own fucking saliva later. You're gonna be choking on your fucking cock, too. Tom, what the fuck? Now you're just being ridiculous. What the fuck? What the fuck? Tonight we are young. So we'll set the world on fire. We could go brighter than the sun. No breathing? Yeah, sure. Let me just go die real quick. The fuck? Tom, what the fuck? I'm gonna fucking... Tom! What the fuck? Stop it! Stop it! I'm gonna fucking... Bro. I swear to God, I will fucking get rid of the points. I will get rid of them. I don't give a fuck. Can I not fucking reload? Hello? Bro. Por ahí vienen los fucking cabrones. Zombie. Yup. Por ahí vienen. We gotta keep our eyes open, guys. As well as our butt cheeks. So that we can make sure that we look around everywhere. So that we don't die. Alright, there comes one. Bitch, come on. Bitch. Don't fucking try me. What the fuck? Is that a green horse? Oh, that's white. Okay. Cabrón. Hijo de puta. Estúpido cabrón. Speed on you. I speed on you. No puede ser, cabrón. No. Bitch. Guys, I'm gonna lock it. I'm gonna ignore you guys. I don't care. I don't care. Ah! Bitch. Hands. Yeah. It goes on and on and on. It's on and on and on. Yeah. And sometimes saying, gotta let go. Celebrate and leave my life. Baby, let's go. Cause we go cracky cook. I'm gonna fuck your butt, fucking home. Cause I told you once, now I told you twice. We gon' leak it up on your starfish. I can't see jack shit. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. What is this? Munición de rifle. And what is this? I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna keep it, and then we can sell this. Wait, what do I have in here? Oh, yeah, no, we're keeping that. And sometimes saying alright. We're Gucci. Also, hi, Bunny. How are you? Not allowed to get rid of the channel points? Oh, my God. Oh, fuck. I will take her like 4 times longer than the train, and if she can't complete the train, kick him percent. Bro, just imagine I actually fucking accomplish this. What are you guys gonna do? Hmm? What are you guys gonna do? Bitch. Cabrón. That's why I have to. Thank you. I can't wait for blood moon. I started liking you when you were bald. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Do you have like a baldness kink or something, bro? Not that I'm gonna change your kink or anything. I'm just asking. You like pulling bitches by a plunger, huh? I already beat the game without a rain. Yes, more ammunition. More ammunition. Oh! Yes, guys, we fucking hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot! Take, give me that. I'm gonna be alright. I'm gonna be the last one sucking. Wait, I forgot which direction are we going. Is it this way? I can't tell because I can't see how many miles I'm going! Oh, baby. No, I don't have a train. They said no train. So I'm fucked. I am fucked. I am fucked! Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch! 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 I need. I need. I need. I need. I need. I need. I fucking fuck! Me voy a mear, puñeta. Me voy a mear encima. Oh my god. Oh my god. What else do I have? Put it in here. Put it in here. Put it in here. Put it in here. It's been more than 5 minutes. Don't fucking give me shit, okay? Oh my god, this horse is cursed. This horse is cursed. Oh my god, please. I don't want to deal with fucking convoys. Tom! Stop! Can I play the game? You guys are just making it more time where you guys have to fucking wait. You know that, right? What the fuck is... I don't need that. Oh! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Wait, I don't need that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't care. I'm riding my horse. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. How about no healing redeem? Bro, that's fine. I don't have much left to heal, so... I ain't seen no werewolf. I'm riding the fucking horse, okay? Tom, I'm gonna I swear to God, I'm going to fucking... I swear to God. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Bitch, right in the throat. Right in the throat. Can a girl fucking play a game, bro? Oh, yes. Yes. I know this fucking costs money, bro. Or they give a lot of money. this is for not playing with me or for a month if you suffer. Motherfucker, whose fault is that? What is happening? Oh, wait. Why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? What? Oh my god. It's storming. It's storming. What the fuck? Bitch. No! I'm not looting that place. Nope. No, nothing tonight, only lightning. It's scary, bro. It's scary out here. It's scary. Yes, I'm very, very scared. I didn't know there were so many zombies out there, man. I wish I knew how fucking far I'm in. That's what I would like to know. Oh, there's a town. Yo, there's a fucking town, guys. Should we raid it? Oh, fuck. If she goes to that town, it's GG's. Maybe. Perhaps. Perhaps. Maybe. Mayhaps. Is there anything in there I could use? I'm scared. Can you back the fuck up? Do I need to go in here? Okay, so that's the question. Do I need to go in there? Isaac! Help me! I'm being bullied! Oh my god, thank god. It's daytime. Oh my god, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, we're good. Do I need that for anything? Okay, wait. What do I have so far? Let's see. I have a bunch of shit to sell, right? Right? So, I'm gonna take this and... Ooh. That one is shiny. Okay, we're gonna take these as well. That's 5. 5 things. Okay, so... taking that, and do I need this? I don't think I need it. Man, fuck it, I'm taking it. Ugh, okay. Take heal full health. Pick up the snake oil? Wait. What do you mean? This heal? No, they don't. No, they don't. That's gonna kill me. You guys are tricking me. You guys are tricking me. No, I don't trust you. Towns have like over 50 zombies. I'm making her suffer and they do. Shami, I've taken those before. It is a healer basically. Listen, how can I trust you guys when you guys give me no reason to trust you? Fucking renaming bullshit, crap shit for me to play the game. Yes, yes. I'm putting my life in you guys' hands. Okay. I guess I was not, bro, I swear to God, that fucking music. Alright, so this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do, okay? Are you ready? Hold on. Cause I'm not. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Give me one. Hold on. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Are you ready? Here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, hold on. Watch this. Dead. Oh fuck, hold on. What the fuck? Hello, are you gonna die? Oh my god, bro. Can you die? Okay, well, you know. Bitch. Should have died earlier. The fuck? Hey! No! ¡Me callaba! You fucking piece of shit! He almost killed my callaba! What the actual fuck? Bitch! Oh my god. Fucking bitch. I'm gonna kill you all. Bitch. Man, I hate the fast zombies, bro. They're so annoying. Jesus fuck. Bitch. Dude, I'm gonna end up with no horse. Is that a slow one? Ah! No. I refuse to die. I refuse to fucking die. I refuse. Fuck me. I have 2 bullets. Fucking bitch. Ow! Fucking bitch. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die, but I got this. I think I got this. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I actually genuinely don't fucking know. I need to reload. Oh, it's already reloaded? Okay. I can see Jack Diddle is squad. Ay, puta. Bitch! Let me in! Motherfucker! Bitch. Vete pa'l carajo, cabrón. Vete pa'l carajo. Te puedes morir, cabrón. Te puedes morir. Stay in the house or I'm stuck in the Is it impossible because of this? Are you actually rooting for me? Oh my god. Are you actually rooting for me? I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm gonna cry. How can I open this thing? How do I open it? Bro, that music is driving me insane. My horse is gonna fucking die. Is there a way to heal my horse? Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Hold on. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna put it right. I'm gonna put it right here. Right? Can I get damaged by it? No. Okay. Did you guys see that? Did you fucking see that? That was funny. I think it's good now. I think. Okay, I think we're good. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think we should be good. Bitch. Anyone else? No? Come here, come here, come here, come here. We're taking that. Fucking bitch. Bitch. Oh my god. I can't use that! What do you mean I can't use it? Alright, oh my god. I think we're good, guys. I think we're good. Do we need to fucking raid this anymore? Kill the old man zombie for the code? Oh my god. I told you to stay inside. Why would I stay inside if it's morning? I'm gonna kill them all. I'm gonna kill the rest, guys. Watch this. Oh, this is like a sniper? Oh, you guys didn't tell me that before? What the hell? How dare you guys not tell me that was a sniper? What the helly? What the helly? Let me see. Hold on. Wow, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna need some more bullets soon. Come here, bitch. Come here. Bitch. 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 ¡Suelta! ¡Suelta, cabrón! ¡Jueputa! Get the fuck out of here, spider monkey, bitch. Guys, I think we did it. No, we didn't. Hold on. I think we've done it. We've done it? Can I drink this? Guys, I think I did it. Wait. Oh! Can I? It's not like I can use it anymore. Holy shit, dude. So much good stuff. Hold on. What can I let go? What can I let go of? I'm gonna let go of that. Take that. Take that. Dude, I'm gonna be so fucking rich. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be so rich. Give me that. Give me that. I'll take that because I'm running out of bullets, bro. Oh my god. The monk has a lot of good stuff. Rate it. Oh, thank you so much for the water, dude. I've been screaming like a fucking puta. Oh my god. Okay, it was just one zombie. I don't know what I don't know where the code is, bro. Ooh, what is that? Hold on. Agua bendita. What does this do? Can I drink this? Look for zombies with fancy clothes. Oh, I already killed him. I already killed the guy with the fancy clothes. Also, look. Wait, what? Hold on. Bro, hold on. I gotta check out what the fuck I have in my bag. Hold up. Fuck on. Okay, so first things first. We're taking that, because that's probably fucking a lot. Everything of gold we're taking. Oh, we're also taking that because... Yes. Gold, and then this one's shiny as fuck, so we're gonna take it. Do these cost a lot? Like, do they sell for a lot or no? Drop the status. It's only 5. Okay. The only one I have is because it looks like it will be a lot, or is it not? Is it the same? Also, I'm so sorry. Hold on. No. Okay. I'm just gonna go. My horse is gonna die. Let's go see the one zombie guy and we'll get the code. Yes. Let me prepare and reload. Los labios del sol y las estrellas. Contigo en la distancia. Amado mío. Estoy. What is it gonna be? Oh my god, another stormy night. Hold on. Let me just in case. So what do? Do I just put it in here? I'm scared. New house? The stars are worth much, unfortunately. Okay. So wait, huh? Wait. Dude, I'm scared. I'm gonna lie. It's fucking stuck! Brother man. Put in the code? How do I put it in? Bro, I'm so scared, not gonna lie. Holy shit, that thing's loud. It's loud as fuck. How do I put it in? That's what she said. Okay, hold on, because this thing's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. Okay, so it's 31461. So how do I do it? Oh! Oh! Wait. Oh! Wait, how do I reset it? Oh no, I gotta reset it. Hold on. Okay. We resetted it, right? Fuck me in the asshole. I gotta do it again. Fuck. Okay, so 3, 1, 4, 6, 1. Let's fucking go! Oh! Yes. Yes, I'll take all the money I can get. Thank you. Holy shit, guys. Just put it in. Don't have to say it twice. Okay, so I got all the money. Do I drop everything I have for this? Because I think I have every. Uno, dos, tres. I have space for one more. The gold bars are the best. So should I worry about this one then? Or no? What are you doing? You must put the coal inside the furnace. You rotate the wheel. Only 25? Okay, so fuck it. We won't get it then. Because you guys like. I'll probably sell the horse once we once we get to the place. Wait, hold on. Actually, if I can and if I must, I'll get a new horse. But I'm gonna need a saddle for that. So hopefully we get enough money for it. Should I worry about raiding anything else? You can't sell the house? You mean the horse? Oh my god. Can I heal it? Can I heal the horse? Perhaps? Alright, hold on. I want to check. This is, nope, I don't have any more bullets for that. Or that. Also, what do I do with this? Guys! Guys! Checkpoint! Checkpoint! Get back, there's more stuff. Wait, in the fucking town? Autocorrect, they will add last before they find your body. Huh? What do you want from the house? What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Oh my god. What the fuck? Yo. I'm gonna take it just so maybe we can sell it. Oh my god, what is over there? I kinda wanna go over there. Do you wanna go over there? Not entering the checkpoint? I need to sleep. Oh my god. I hope you have an amazing sleep. Go back, there's armor. Wait. I don't... Okay. I didn't know you could use armor. This? Am I using it right now? Two of us. Let's check over here and then we can go in the checkpoint. I hit the horse, it makes it faster. Nuh-uh! Does it actually? You know, the thing about cowboys is that we have to learn to move on to new things and better things, okay? Soon, very soon, we'll meet again. We'll get a better horse. We'll get a saddle. Okay? It's okay, guys. It's okay. Look, there's a horse there. I'm gonna keep the horse. I'm gonna put it in my fucking bag. See, I told you that someday, very soon, we'll get a new horse. Look, it's a new horse. I'm keeping it. No! Fucking bitch! You know, maybe it was too soon, okay? Maybe it was just too soon. Yeah, it was too soon. Where's my other thing? Okay, there we go. Oh my god. It's okay, guys. We're in a safe place, right? We're a safe place. What is that? What is that? Ah! Ah! What is that? I'm gonna die! tanto nadar para morir en la orilla. For those who don't know Spanish, what I said, so much swimming to die in the shore. Let me go pee real quick and I'll join you guys, okay? I need to reconsider my life choices real quick, and then I'll join you guys, okay? Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. I had to poop. But I'm back. Thank you for clapping your cheeks for me. Alright, who am I joining? How many are there? How many of us are there gonna be? Thank you. Thank you for the welcomies. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because somebody fucking deceived me. The fuck? I need my hair back. That's not my hair back. What the fuck? I need my hair back! Hello? Okay, there we go. 6 or more? I think we're doing more than 6. Okay, wait, hold on. If you're joining us for Dead Rails, join my lobby through me and get like around this little circle thing. Yeah, of course you can join. What the fuck? What is that? Is that even a question? Of course you can join. What the frick? Do you have me at it? You might have to add me so you can join. I'll make you faster. Fuck you. Oh my god. Our favorite wee weezer is back. What's a wee weezer? Huh? What is a wee weezer? You don't have me at it? Okay, you can just add me. It's just Papi Shami, and I'll as soon as you add me, it's just Papi Shami like on here. Let me know when you add me though, so I can accept your thing. What hours is in Puerto Rico? It's 9:30 right now. Puerto Rico time is basically Eastern time, pretty much. But we don't get affected by the stupid fucking what's it called? Daylight savings or whatever the fuck. It's PM at night. Yes, we are waiting. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so there's me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Crimson, did you want to join? Oh, you're already in here. Okay. Okay. Guys, you look like you're gonna fucking fall. Oh my god, you guys are too cute. I added you? Okay. I'm about to add you back. Yeah! I'm ready too! Hold on, let me... Alright, there we go. I added you. Now you can join me. Yeah, 10 people, only 10 people. But Jack, if you want to join, you can. You still have time to join. So it's still 17 June. Yes, it's still the 17th of June. Do you know what Puerto Rico is? Do you even know what Puerto Rico is from? I don't have a shirt for some reason. What? Where are you? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so also wait, boredoms, are you joining us or no? I just live in the future. I will join later. Okay. No, okay. I think we're all in here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 of us. You don't like that? What? This whole time you're watching me get fucked in the ass raw, and you don't like the rails? What? We might... I can't reach shit. We might be very big with stock like this. We might be very big when stock like this, but we'd never be bigger than Papi's. Oh yeah, you got that right. Yes. Let's go. Guys, like I said, I don't know if you guys can... Oh my gosh, can we use the in-game voice? You guys want to use the in-game voice if you have it? Oh my god. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh my god. Oh wait. Oh my god. Guys! Yay! How do I get out of this? Get me out of this. Get me out of this. Oh, okay, we left. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Do it again. Do it again. I'm sorry. Wait, somebody had to join back. Okay. Are we good?
You sent them to their deaths.
Gorilla, you have to make it out of 7. Here, I'll make it. Hold on. I'll make it 7. Alright, join us. Join. Go. Yeah! Guys, why does it look like we're having an orgy in here? What the frick?
No.
Yeah, brother man. Because you're worth my time. Oh my god. Bro, you just met me and you're saying that? We can't talk here, can we? No, we can't. Oh man. Alright, where's my shit? Oh, this is my shit. My horse! Oh, what the frick? My horse! Come here, you piece of shit. My horse is white this time, guys. My horse is white. Don't touch my guns. The rails is more like freaky rails. Oh my god. Wait, how much money do we have, guys? Are we using the train or no? Also, there's a gun in here. I don't know if you guys had it or who's driving. Honestly, anybody who wants to drive. I'd say maybe just like we can take turns and whatnot, you know? Someone steal the horse? No! Don't scream on Roblox voice chat, it might get you permanently banned. You don't have no idea how many times I've gotten, but look at me. I am looking at you. I'll touch your gun if I want to. That's what she said. Oh fuck. Alright, are we ready? I'm ready. If you guys are ready. Wait, is there one for each? No, okay. That's okay. So one's still... Yes, you better be kind. The fuck? Face. Help, I'm blind. What do you mean you're blind? Oh wait, do we need that? Oh shit, I threw it away. Puppy, am I allowed to swear words? Yes. Of course you got. Is that even a question? I don't know. Whoever's in there can drive. What are we doing here? Yeah, I'm excited. Let's go. We are going on a trip on our favorite fucking. Are you good, bro? I'm not gonna ban you. Yes. Why is your nose built like Squidward's nose? Is that a top 1 place to dwell? I think so. What the fuck? What do you want? What do you want? Oh my god. Wait, what? Let me be Prime King Vaughn? What does that even mean? Oh shit. Guys, remember, you can't let me die, okay? You guys cannot let me die. Also, if I die, you have to arrest me ASAP. As soon as I die, you fucking arrest me, god damn it. Hi Bungie, how are you? Welcome. What if I just leave y'all? Please don't. Don't be funny. Please don't. Oh my god. Wait! Go in! Why do I stay on the... Why? Why should I stay on the train? Why? The rails and I missed it. I forgot someone gave me a sub. Oh my god. Look at me, and how are you? Shall we make them your bodyguards? That's what I'm trying to do, man. I will murder everyone. Michael. Michael. Is everybody in here? Shami, you trying to die? No, I'm not trying to die. Gorilla, we might want to stop. We might want to stop. We might. Oh my god. Damn, they're slow. Chat, let Shami die. No! What the fuck? Jump. Yeah. What happened to the shields? Alright, can we go now? Alright, we're good. Dude, we have fuel for days. Goddamn. Goddamn. Don't burn the newspapers. Why are we stopping? Hey, Shami, wanna see something funny? Yes. What? Compy? What? Compy? What do you mean compy? You want my cum inside of you? Is that what you're saying? Hi Dio, how are you? Look. Didn't you leave the horse on spawn? No, I brought it. No? Yes you do. Alright, let's fight! Or are we going in this house? You do? What? Space, I love you too. What are you doing? What are you up to? They're protecting me. I'm being protected. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Ah! I'm not being protected. Ah! 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 You left me! Alright, let's go. I'm sorry. Oh my god, what the fuck? You know, I forgot I don't have a fucking shotgun. Somebody fell. Who's fucking falling? Alright, let's go. Oh my god, this fucking skill. But fucker. Alright, let's go. I can't see Jack Drilly Squad. Yes, we have a Discord server. Here, we can send you the link. Yo, what the fuck? Hello? What the fuck happened? What the fuck? Bro! I'm going the wrong way, oh my god. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking zombie. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. What the fuck happened there, bro? Oh my god. Thank you. Yes, that's our Discord server. Oh my god. Thank you, Space. Oh shit, thank you so much for the thank you so much for the water. I needed it. I need it so badly. Thank you. Oh my god. Why do you need saving, huh? Guys, if you think about it, this is technically what sword fighting in the bathroom looks like. If you think about it. A town! Yay! Let's go kill these freakers. Yeah! With my fucking Bahrain. bro. I'm so bad with my aim, bro. I need more bullets or better gun. Can we touch gun tips? Yes. Where are you? Where are you? Touch my tip. Wait, do we all have guns? Hey, bomber! We got a bomber! How do we what the fuck happened? Oh my gosh, now we gotta find stuff to rescue. Look at my skin. Yes, you turned black. Don't kill his eyes. Oh my god. That's funny. That's funny. Alright, we need to get off, see if we can find any bandages. God damn, you guys already rated everything? What the fuck? That's for me. Anything else? I found agua bendita! Don't worry about it, guys. I got him. I got him. Wait, what? What the fuck? I'm gonna save your horse. Did you guys already rate everything? What the fuck? Oh my god. This is fucking... The dynamite zombie outfit. Take everything and don't let Chami get anything. Fuck you! What the fuck? You're trying to fucking be greedy. You're trying to be greedy. Alright, well, we didn't find any, we didn't find anything to rescue, but good news is that we got a bunch of money, and I have your horse. Actually, no, wait, I have, what, again, nobody told me what fucking holy water does, bro. What does holy water do? That's not mine. What does this do? Can I give it to you? Here. Drink it. Oh my god. What are we gonna do with that, bro? Okay, I'm not sorry. Wait! Use it on him! I'm sorry. I had to. Sorry. I'm fucking dying, bro. Those are high graded rails. What did you expect? How far are you in the game? So we just started this one, but so okay, I'm doing a series where I try to beat all the game. Hey, we're missing someone. We're missing people. What? I'm not driving. I know you can't continue. Oh, what the f... Hi. Oh, I have your horse, and did you grab your stuff, Anna? Anyways, but like I was saying, I've been doing a series where I play this game by myself and I try to beat all the game modes, which it has not been going well for me. But oh, that's so cute. Look, a safe spot. Let's go. I'll give you your stuff here, Anna. But yeah, as far as I've gone by myself, it's basically to this spot. And what, like right now, us together, this is as far as we've gone so far. If you want to join, you can join on the next one if we all die. There you go. Yeah. I'm gonna go sell my shit. I'm gonna go become rich. And buy some good stuff. If holy water would what it is, holy water you can throw it on the ground and then it kind of shoots down lightning. Oh, holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm fucking rich. Alright, let me see what's in here. Is there anything in the okay, I don't know what that means. So technically the holy water is not really, it's OP but not really OP. Is that what it is? Also, how can I put this in my where I don't use it with my hand? Oh, where's Shami? I'm buying stuff. I'm gonna see if I can buy stuff real quick. I haven't made it so far in this run. Oh, in this run, this is as far as we've gotten right now. Guys, what if we buy this thing? Oh shit, I'm short by 5. I'm sorry, guys. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Alright, I don't know what to buy. What is that? Se jodió. You bring Outlaws to the Sheriffs and then you sell it? You think 120 is rich, but then you... Oh my god. Someone on the train tell me how many meters. Oh, from what the train says, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm fucking slow as fuck. So with meters, we are 10,024 meters. I think each outlet is $35. Oh, bro, that's nothing. That's nothing. Okay, anyways, what can I buy? What should I buy, man? Oh, fuck. Molotov? Should I get Molotov or... Man, I don't fucking know. What? Is that what I should buy? Armor? How do I drop it? How do I drop it? I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'll buy you one. I'll buy you one. Oh, wait. You already have it. Okay, well, I'm gonna do it for me. You said Molotov, but there's only one Molotov. Can't? Oh, okay. Alright, well, I'm just gonna... Let's just go. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? I'm coming. They restock? Oh. You should get a burp counter. We do have a burp counter, actually. If you do the exclamation command with burp, it adds to the counter. The turret is ass. Cause saying this far more or less means like, I'm sorry. Brother outlaws are the same value as holy water, but holy water is actually useful. Molotov isn't even good in my opinion. Okay. I'll save my money then. I'll save it for something good. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, anyway. Did we... Okay, is everybody in here? Where's your what? Where's my share? It should be up there. Man, I don't... What is that? Oh, the fuckers that killed me. The fuckers that killed me. Alright, well. Stop here. Oh, don't stop? Never mind. Do you not think we can kill it? Doesn't allow me? What the frick? I wonder why. Holy shit. Alright, guys, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take 2. And then you guys can take the rest. God damn. What? Oh, fuck. Wait, I need to get up here. Ugh, there we go. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, brother man. Only mods can do it? I don't think so. Can someone else try it, please? Because if that's the case, I'll have to change it tonight, so everybody can use it. But everybody should be able to use it. Yeah, see? Are we all in here? Okay. Let's go on the road again. There's a bunch of, I think those are cowboys over there. Yep. Oh, yeah, probably has a cooldown, actually. I think so. I think so. Try getting about a minute, I think. Antagonist, hi! Hi, how are you? How are you? Are you feeling bonita? No, I'm not. I'm not feeling bonita. I'm feeling like I'm dying. Yes, we do. But that also has a command. Or not a command, but like a cooldown. 1 hour and 35 minutes? Holy shit, you've been watching me for 1 hour? What the frick? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh, I killed a horse. Oops. Just kill them, guys. What the fuck are you doing? There you go. We need more fuel than burn all these fucking zombies you guys have on the fucking train. Don't die, rather you feel bonita also. Hi, how are you? Guys, I'm in the house. Holy shit. I was not expecting 4 zombies in there. Not gonna lie. Bitch. Te puedes morir, cabrón. What the fuck? God damn, bro. Also, that's okay. We like yappers in here. We like to yap. Stop what? There's nothing in here. God damn. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Let's the freak out. I see something over there. Oh my god, guys, I see something over there. We need to go there. ASAP! 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 Ah! I can't get up! Oh my god. Fucking kill that bitch. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. He's almost dead. He's dead! He's dead! Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. Oh, it's just a town. Okay. Oh my god. Somebody fell? Who fell? Hold the fuck. What is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, guys, I think... Was it Slimy that died? Oh my god. Oh my god. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him. He's dead, he's dead. No, he's not. No, he's not. What the actual fuck? I got kicked from the train. I got kicked from the train. I got kicked! It's been 5 cents. Thank you so much. Why am I on the floor? Oh, okay. Did my horse die? My horse died. Can I take this off? I guess not. What the fuck, bro? Where's my pala? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, so are we gonna save Slimy? Thank you. What the fuck? That looks like slime. What the fuck? Okay. You need to stop tweaking, bro. Oh my god, I had it up. I almost got 1k points. Hell yeah. I don't know. I think it's because I have the hockey on 5 for to go bold. But yeah. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido otra vez. Bienvenido. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo estás? Guys, what's the code? Is it the same code all the time? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna try that out. 3. No, is it not? Nope. Okay, well, fuck. What is the code? I wanna put it in. 63456. 63456. 456. Yeah, brother man. Oh, there's nothing. There's not much in here. I'll take these. Alright, let's get the freak out. What the fuck is dying up there? Where did Slimy go, guys? I'm also to shoot the freak code every time. Oh my god. Hey, drink this. Drink what? Shami Sherry está jugando un juego indecente. ¿Cómo así? What? Sherry? She would never. She would never. Alright guys, let's go. Let's go. Hi Small. Hi. How are you? Welcome. I'm sorry I keep dying, guys. It's 4 a.m. and it's like us 12 p.m. Holy shit. I think you killed the horse. Wait, why is Slimy stuff still? ¿Qué pasaría si estuviéramos solos en una cama? Oh, I didn't know Gorilla was still over there. I'm gonna steal that. Or not. What? Wait, can I actually hit you? Oh. Oh, thank you. Oh, I think I'm killing the horse. I don't mean to do that. I think Slimy left because he died. We might want to stop the train. Gorilla. Gorilla, stop it here. Stop it here. We also have some... I think this is Slimy's stuff. Man. I feel bad. I wanted us to have fun. We have a fucking laboratory. Hi, Lord. How are you? Hi. I'm late. I was focused on night rain. It's okay. How's night rain, by the way? I haven't seen anything about it. I've only heard things. Si juntamos los genes. Renji, what the fuck? What the fuck? How are you, dude? What the freak? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How are you? How's your stream? Guys, we need a fucking shout out, please. We need a fucking shout out. We need a shout out. Go fight Tesla station. Fuck, okay. You can hit people with dynamite. That's quite about it. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Did someone do the thing? No. Kids Chaos, hi. Welcome in. Hi. How was your stream, dude? Here, I'll have to give you a shout out. I don't think I have any shout out. Hey. There we go. You were playing Night Rain. How was your stream, dude? That was not enough for last words. What? What? It's Blood Moon! Ah! It's Blood Moon! I don't know where safe place is. Should we just go to the train? Let's just go to the train. They can't kill us. The freak. They can't kill us. I have holy water. Behind me? Not on my watch. Wait, don't die, Crimson. Oh my god. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Please, let's get out. Come on, Crimson, get up! Crimson, you're gonna die. Alright, guys, come on. Oh my god. That was for Renji. Okay, just time. So, isn't it? Yeah, it would be easier, but I don't think it works that way for me. Unfortunately. Take that lace line is worth much. Wait, hold on! I think someone already took it. Wait for me! Stop putting bodies on the train. Guys, it's okay. You can go without me. I have a horse. Hey, we survived the night. Where's the brain, bro? Holy shit, there's so much shit in here. What is this? I'll take that. What about this? Does this cost a lot of money? Ew, what the fuck? Wait. Oh, that's just a statue. Okay, well, I'm trying to find the brain. Someone said the brain costs a lot. I swear to God, if this is one of your other lies, I swear to God. Where's the brain? Oh, you have it. Where did you get it? Oh, that's the brain I need. Thank you. No, I took it. I'm dying. There we go. No, fuck. There we go. You got the brain? Wait, there's another one then. The fuck? That killed the boss. Slimy, why'd you leave? Alright, let's go. Bye, Litman. Thank you so much for playing. Thank you. I hope you have an amazing night. Thank you for joining. I got the brains now. Good night, Lord. Te quiero mucho. Espero que tengan dulces sueños. Te quiero mucho. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. I'm running out of bullets. It's okay. Hello? What the fuck? I don't know how I don't know how that happened. I killed that horse if you put it on a body. You guys are funny. Yeah. Where's the trading post? Holy shit, dude. I don't think you can sell bodies. Also, there's a bunch of money over here. If you guys don't take it, I'm gonna take it. What about these? What is this? What is this? What is this? You guys thought you could fucking sell it? I love how we're all just waiting for the others to fucking sell their shit. Holy shit. Guys, I'm fucking rich. Holy fuckery. Oh, that's just my horse. Okay. Holy shit, dude, I'm fucking rich. Protects us from lighting heat of the train. Then why are we not putting it on the train? This is what we should be putting on the train, not the bodies. Yeah, I'm gonna put it right here. This here. And the other one on the other side. Simon, why did you leave? If you want to join us back, I can give you the code. Fuck. There we go. Yeah. This just... what happened? Can I put... Oh, there we go. And then this one, I'm actually gonna put this one right over... right here. There we go. Guys, how come you're not... Bro. You're not selling any of these. So I will. Also, can we just burn this fucking dead horse's stuff? Like, this one's dead. Why do we have this? Just burn the fucker. Just burn it. And then this one's still, is alive. There's another zombie here. Here. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was yours. Oh my god. That was basically nothing. Ugh, okay. Alright, let's go. You want a gun? Okay, let me go get a gun real quick then. Where's the gun? Over here. Okay, let me see what I have. I have this. So hold on. I'm about to... How do I drop stuff from my inventory? Oh, if I were you, I would move out of there. Move! I didn't mean to do that. So this is the shotgun ammo? Is that it? How many do I need to buy? Wait, isn't it? Let me see. Hold on. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Are you sure that's the... Are you sure that's the one? Oh, it is. Hey, Baldy, are you good for good memories? Do you feel rich after selling your brain? Yes, I do. And yes, I'm not good at singing, but I do like to sing. Yes, from time to time, you'll see me singing and doing karaoke's and pretend that I pretend that I'm a good singer. No more. All right, well. You ain't my dad! Alright, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready! Yeah, brother man. What the fuck? Guys, let's go. Let's go! How many miles are we in? Almost 20,000? We're almost... What happened to Gorilla? The thing from Yakuza? Yes, the thing from Yakuza. But I hope you have an amazing night. Thank you so much for stopping by and enjoying my content. It means a lot. And I hope you have an amazing night and sweet dreams. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And if you joined the server, I will be glad if you did, because that way I can let you guys know if I'm streaming or not. No, I'm not. Okay, Gorilla. I love you so much. I'm sorry you're starting to have a headache. Have a good night, Gorilla. The game is 80k huh? Holy so no more safe spots? Good night. It's 4 a.m. girl. Okay, good morning then. Damn. Where are we? There's a castle over there. Sucks you couldn't join for DVD. Gorilla, that's good. Maybe he'll feel better when we what? Looks abandoned. There's somebody with bombs, by the way. Easy, we just snipe him. Right? There's nothing here. But maybe there's stuff we can take. You stole it from me! Gente de Sterling, los reuní aquí hoy para pedirles que se alejen de aquí. Hemos perdido demasiados hombres en las minas para que haya un futuro sostenible. Después de esta reunión, el sheriff declarará a todos los mineros perdidos como fallecidos. Damn. That's fucking sad. That's sad. Okay. I don't know, in Poland we say good night even when someone sleeps in the middle of the day. What the fuck, bro? Good night. I hope you rest easy and have good dreams. Oh, there you are. What is that? Oh, 6'3"? Oh my god. What if I'm just gonna. I was gonna guess the code. A cave? Uh, is it back here? In different codes. I don't have TNT, no. But I have guns. Can we not? There's a TNT right here, bro. Look. There's a TNT right here. What am I doing with this? I don't... Oh. Okay. Nice. There's not gonna be anything in here, is there? Oh! Oh, those are cool. Oh, shit, we got a bomber. What is that? Pepita de plata. I'm taking that. Who just died? I'm coming. Hold on, I got stuff to kill him. Never mind, you got him. Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. I can't see. Jack Jiddly Squad, can you turn the light? Ah! Turn the light on! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna. Ay, 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 puta, puta, puta. I was literally trying to do that. I was literally trying to get out. What the fuck is happening here? Huh? My name done 2013. What? Oh, the freak. Mods! Mods, help! Mods, they're calling me the N-word even though I'm not... what the freak? Hola, Jair, ¿cómo está? Bienvenido, bienvenido. God. Oh god, you think you're funny. You think you're funny. You think you're funny. Hold on, guys, I gotta fucking delete all this shit. Someone decided to be a little silly today. They woke up feeling silly. How do I not have any mods right now? What the freak? Yeah! My stuff! You took my stuff! You took my stuff! You took my stuff! It's okay. I forgive you. Oh, wait. Oh, I think it is. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm the stealer. Oh my god. I'm the fucking thief. I'm so sorry. I took your gun. Oh, fuck. Bitch. Bitch. Where's my shit? That's my horse. Oh. Where's my shit? Okay, well, someone took my shit, I think. Suavemente, bésame. Quiero sentir tu labio besándome otra vez. Bésame. Where's my shit? I guess there's none. Right? I'm just gonna go over here. Cause Roblox is Roblox. Oh my god. I'm kinda hungry, I'm not gonna lie. And I get Congelo! Hey! I don't have TNT, man. I can't see what's in there either. There's a bunch of ores! Can we just use this? I don't have any, unfortunately. Yo puedo ayudar. Ven, únete, si quieres. El código es... Oh, déjame quitar la foto, espérate. There you go. Ahí puedes ver el código. Yo sentí tus labios besándome otra. What is happening? What the fuck? Wait. Guys, leave some for the rest of us? What the fuck? Get him to kill himself! Yeah, we're dead. Yep. Yep. We're dead. How did you even get in there, bro? Oh. I'll take those. If you don't mind. How do we get up there, bro? Whose wing? What do you mean, whose wing? What? Wait, take your stuff. I want to get in there! You can't get out now. That's funny. Hi, Bonnie! Oh, shoot, the jade mask is an insane item? I said hi, Bonnie. How are you? Wait, you want me to shoot the, what's it called? You want me to shoot this? Not that, but this? You want me to shoot that? But I can't. Hey! You stole it from me! You stole it from me! Give it back! Chris. ¿Tiene la habilidad de reanimar cuerpos muertos? You watched the bad movie? What movie was it? Also, guys, we got Amen in here. I don't know. I mean, do you speak English too, right? I believe you do. I think. Como quisiera. Can't see shit. And I'm running out of bullets. Guys, help! I can't see shit. Oh wait, I see the exit. I see it. I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! Bitch! 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 Get off my cock! Please! Thank you. Oh my god! Thank you. I run out of bullets. We need to get out. We need to get the fuck out. Beetlejuice 2024 ID. You don't like Beetlejuice, Bonnie? Oh my god, the train's so far away, guys. We need to just keep going at this point. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. No, 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 please, no, 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 no. I'm dead. I'm dead. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm dead. I know. I'm showing the code because if you want to rejoin or people want to join in, you can just use the code to join. I like Beetlejuice, but this was something else. Oh, was it like a? So did you still have the shovel? No, I didn't have a shovel. I didn't have anything. I didn't have bullets or nothing. Are we all dead? Damn, dude. I'm trying to get to you. Sigo vivo. I know you're still alive. Oh shit. I'm done with soda for the day. Estaré contigo. Ese sequel they made. Oh, I remember. Also, Bonnie, did you hear my announcement? Or did you weren't here? Where is you? I can tell you. Oh, yes, I love the floor. Oh. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here, guys. Please. I ain't got shit. We need more bandages? Yeah, we do. I think I have some. No, I don't. I lied. I don't have any. Do we get another safe spot? I'm gonna take these. Yo, we need to get the fuck out. We need to see if we can find. Here, Anna. I'm gonna put you in the train. I got a gift, Chummy? What? Fundalo, hi! Do you want to join us? Oh! Holy shit, look at this. Is it one hit? Is that a one hit? Thank you. I love it. We gotta take Anna's stuff and then rest him when we get to a safe spot, by the way. Anna, do you want the coal? Oh, I guess we need it. I'm fucking full. God damn it. 63623? Huh? Maybe when I'm home? What the fuck? Where are you? The fuck? Who gave you permission to leave? Good job, but I'm still sticking with gamer subs? How dare you? How dare you? Alright, hold on. I gotta. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. Did I not have another one? I guess not. Okay. Hello? There we go. Te voy a poner aquí leyendo el periódico. Yes, you need permission. The fuck? Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you can do whatever the fuck you want? No, not in this household, bitch. The fuck? But yeah, I've heard of that movie, Bunny. I still haven't seen it though. Yo quiero azotarte, tomarte, castigarte por tu mala conducta. Yo quiero azotarte, tomarte, castigarte por tu mala conducta. How long do you plan on streaming, Chami? Well, after this, we're gonna go to Dead by Daylight, and until I get tired of Dead by Daylight, then I get off. Because tomorrow, I want to stream earlier. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. That's a big-ass fucking town. Are we going in or no? Oh, shit! Ah! Help! Help! Those stupid fucking cowboys! God damn it. I didn't mean to jump! But I've also haven't been drinking and caffeinated drinks. At this point, don't even fucking worry about me. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot, Bren. Castigarte por tu mala conducta. Yo quiero azotarte, tomarte. Castigarte por tu mala conducta. Castigarte por tu mala conducta. Arre, arre. Well, I joined you in the I joined you in the spirit world, Anna. I'm gonna send you a game. You should get Chami. Okay. Send it to me. I have so many games that I had to play. Yo quiero azotarte, tomarte, castigarte por tu mala conducta, castigarte por tu mala conducta, tomarte. I have a lot of money, yeah, I know. That's why I'm not worried about my money and stuff right now. I'm more worried of just getting rest and what's it called? And Anna, that way, hopefully we get another stop or like a safe stop so we can buy more heals. You know? By the way, guys, I'm sorry I'm not moving. I'm trying to see something real quick. Oh shit. Explain how why I had to carry. Man, I don't know. You still have Cream Soul, right? Yeah, Cream Soul's there with you. What the fuck? And also Amin is still there too. Amin's gonna help. Ooh, I've seen people do that game, Bunny. I just didn't know if it was gonna be a good one where I can run it at the same time as other games and stuff, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. Listen what you did, when they say. I'm so out of it, bro. Look at what you did. When they say. Don't remind me, I think I'm gonna go a bit tired. And okay, Anna. Thank you for playing. Yeah. If we win this, we're gonna win it for you. Okay. Guys, I'm hot as fuck. Have a good night, Anna. Thank you for playing. Holy shit. I didn't have that. Alright, well, anyways. You're so cute. Alright, let's see, what can I buy? Sayonara. Cheating if I wasn't with your asshole. Hello? Oh. Wait, did I buy the wrong thing? Or is it because I'm full? I think I'm full. I'm just gonna. Hello? Hello? Why can't I put it in? Did I not buy it? I probably didn't buy it, did I? It probably didn't go through. Oh my god. I feel so stupid. Okay, so we got this. How do I drop stuff from my inventory? Wait. Oh! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop everything and I'm gonna rearrange it to what I want. And then that, and then that, and then that. And then I'm gonna do this, and then this, and then this, and then there you go. I'm good, I think. I think I might need more. Wait, why do I have this, dude? I don't want this. Is that my shit? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I don't need that. I'm gonna drop that and then that. Let's see. I think that this. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna grab that and I'm gonna grab that because I think it's a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, brother man. I'm good. I'm good. There's an easier way. I love you more, Bunny. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll look into it and get it for tomorrow or something. The happy gas is in the game now. Oh, oh my gosh, wait, really? If you click the backpack on, you can rearrange your inventory. I can't click it because it's full screen. I can't get it on full screen. Also, where's Amen, man? Hit tab. I'm hitting tab. Nothing happens. Wait, is it? Yeah, no, nothing happens. Is it C perhaps or Z? Nope. None of them. But you look so goofy. There's a way to pull it out without pressing it. That's what she said. Without pressing it, there is a button on the keyboard you can hit. Yeah, it's not working. Do I look ridiculous? You just look silly. And you're just over here with a fucking bottle of alcohol. Alright, I'm getting this for myself. Oh, wow. Yeah, no. That's a lot. But I'm gonna get a saddle. No, actually, I guess I don't really need. I need this. And wait, no, your body for me. No, your body for me. That's for me. You didn't have to buy for me. The freak. Thank you. Oh. Stop buying shit for me! Stop it! Stop it! Stop buying stuff. You don't have to. I wanna buy one more. Please? Thank you. Alright, I'm ready, guys. What the fuck? Huh? Where did Amen go? It's thundering. We're gonna die. Bro, why do we need this many horses? And you're fucking floating. Okay, why? Why? Why don't we put this here? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. What if we put this up here, right? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me up. Okay, so it's up there, right? Watch this. Watch this. Ugh. We can put this up here. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh my god. We can put it here, right? Me cago en la crica puñeta. Okay, so we put it like, we put it like right here, right? Right there. And then this one can go there. Voila! See? Why am I floating? How do I get out of this? I'm doing good. I don't know why I'm a little anxious, but I'm doing good. Do you see that guy? What guy? What guy are you talking about? Behind me? Yeah, I see him. Why? They protect us. They protect us. Thank you for the hugs. I wish. Amen. Let's go. Did Amen leave? No, he's still there. Amen. Let's go. If you need anything, let me know. I can buy for you. I got a new tag for Discord. Why would you change it from mine? Humble. I wait, actually I could just go here. Let's see. Fifi! Oh, you're shitting on me. How dare you? How dare you go with another VTuber and not me? Because yes, you're a fucking degen. Hold on, let me see. You know what? Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's go kill him. I'll test out my sword. Bruh, it doesn't do 1 damage or 1 hit. I don't know what to name our server. I don't know what to name our server. Bitch. Yo, what the fuck? God damn! A bunch of bandages over here, guys. What's in here? Holy shit, this is a bigger town. Yo me voy a enamorar. That sword makes enemies your team? Oh! Wait. Where the fuck is... Okay, we're gonna try it out. We're gonna see. Nothing in here? This music, I swear to God, bro, it's so annoying. Yo me sigo el juego. Well, I can fit. I just thought of chaos. Yeah, no, it's not working. Consejo. Solo para soldar. Oh, there's a big spider in my room. Oh, it's a tiny. It's like one of those tiny jump. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's a. Okay, hold on, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a big one, and it's looking straight at me. Guys, you get to choose. You get to choose its destiny. Its destiny. Should I kill it, or should I let it go? It's right in front of me. You guys choose its destiny. Kill everything. Hi, Big Bone. Hi, te extrañé. ¿Cómo está? Also, sorry, one more thing. I sent my Fuji. Your Fuji? What's that? It's a spider looking at you, cute or mean? I mean, to be honest, it's kind of cute, but I'm kind of scared because I don't know if it has good intentions. Estoy bien matado. Should I actually kill it? What? I'm scared, man. There's a spider. It's kind of big. Normally, I don't mind spiders, but that one's quite big. That was like the size of a quarter right now, bro. It's so scary. How the fuck are you going so... Are you hacking? Again? Say hold yo. Alright, let's get the freak out of here. Take a picture? I don't think I can. Oh, it's leaving. Oh. It's so fast. I'm gonna let it leave. Here, the muffle. Oh, you revealed the party ID? Yes, I did. For those who want to join or rejoin. He's pure speed, for real, dude. Alright, let's just keep going. What if we just keep going, not stop, so we can get to the 80,000 kilometers or whatever the fuck it is. Let's get out, guys. Where did that spider go? I don't like that it's out of my sight. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, I lost it. So good luck to me when I go to bed. I'm kind of scared. Why are we off the strain? Hello? Are you guys okay? Where's Creamsaw? Where's Creamsaw? Creamsaw? Oh, there you are. Let's go! Okay, so the possible tags I think for the server are Hell, Papi, Chaos, or Amor. ¿Por qué Amor? Are we going? Where's where's Simon? Choo choo. Holy shit. Oh, he's ahead of us? What the freak? Oh my god. You're so cute. But what if I want to change the server tag though? I like those tags, but the thing is, I want it to be something that represents us, you know? Oh, it's faster than a train? Oh. Well. Let me know if you guys want to stop. So I'm thinking that as much as I love the Hell and Chaos one, fucking hell, I think Papi will be the one that would represent us, if you know what I mean. I need fuel. Oh shit, we do need fuel. Well, we might find some here. Let's go. Let's go kill these bitches. Huh? They're dead. Look! We're so close to the fucking the next stop. Yeah, but the bad thing about changing it is, and I read it. No, stay behind me. Why? Why? The bad thing about changing the name of the server tag is that I have to make you guys change it. It won't change it automatically for you guys, you know? I'm here. I'll change this song. Bitch. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm reloaded. Is there more? Wait, hold on, I have a sniper. Damn, you got it. Okay, never mind. What the fuck? Oh, a bunch of vampires? What the frick? Ooh. Oh my god, a bunch of fucking... There's a bunch of plates. What do I have in here so far? Okay, so I'm gonna keep that. And... Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, you fucking bitch! Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I ignite a... Yeah, no, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm fucked! I have some bandages on my thing if you want to grab one. Are we all dead? Oh my god. What the fuck? What happened to Saints? Why am I dancing like that? What the frick? I have them? Okay. This is right in your leg, show me. Haha, so funny. I mean, I don't know. What would you prefer for a definitive tag? You need a torch to light the dynamites. I know. Thank you. Thank you. I lost all my other shit. Oh, wait. Okay, you got it. Okay. Good. I forgot I have this. I forgot I had this too. Yo, hold on. I'm about to fucking burn them motherfuckers. Where's my other fucking pistol? I'm gonna burn them! Get out of there! Get out! Ow! Owie! Ow! I might die again, but it's okay. As long as it kills him. Oh my god, I'm actually dying. I'm actually burning myself. Like a dumbass. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! I almost made it out. I don't know what else. Oh my god. Okay, so what do I have? I have this. That. I think I have everything. Except for my money. Which I'm gonna go get now. Dude, where the fuck are these motherfuckers coming from? Satan's fucking asshole or something? It's coming out of fucking Satan's butthole? I'm taking these back. Are they dead? What is that? Oh, $13? I have one of mine. What are you talking about? Wait, where did my crosses go? What is that? Oh my god. Yo, there's raining blood. Money! Give me that! Give me that! Why can't I grab it? There we go. More! Grab it, bitch! There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be rich. And there's blood raining. Yeah. Kill those fuckers. Bitch. Where the fuck did you come from? I think they're all dead in here. Oh, this thing goes for no. Okay. I was thinking of having like a little pollo emote. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh, there we go. And then I'm gonna grab one of these. I don't know what to do with these. Fucking bitch. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That. Thank you. What the fuck am I doing? Alright, let's get the fuck out. Bitch. Bitch. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Because we're so close to the spawn. Did you see that? For a moment, there's two zombies going fast as fuck. Come on, Crinzo, let's go. What do you need a new tag for? We don't have a server tag. We were just figuring out what we want it to be. But I was thinking of having like a little pollo emote and then like something on the side or something, you know? Perhaps. Why am I burnt? I don't know, but your face is white. Yeah. Can't really think of more. I'm gonna lay down, but message me because okay, Bonnie, I love you so much. Xiaomi, have you added any new add-ons on the Minecraft ROM? Asking if you have whatever I get PlayStation Plus. Okay. I have not. I haven't been able to be on the server much lately for the past like 3 months. Which is bad. I need to get back on it. I've been wanting to play Minecraft, but I don't want to play fucking I don't want to play Minecraft on Bedrock, man, because Bedrock's just Bedrock is just Bedrock, you know? I wanna play with mods and shit. It's not chips, it's my medicine. It's my other medicine. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Bees in the trap, bees in the trap. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Man, I been through things. I been fucked up. How much money am I gonna get? Holy shit. Not many. Not much. Oh, call again. I love Nicki Minaj, guys. I love Nicki Minaj. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me. What is this? I'm halfway to $1,000. I need money. What do you need? I can buy for you. Who is this? Whose stuff is this? I don't know. Nikki. I mean, still, how much do you have chips? I do not have chips with me, no. I don't have a snack. I should probably get one. Snake oil? How many? I know, Anna, I know. I appreciate it. God damn, bro! You're fucking draining my bank account! Bitches saying shit and they ain't saying nothing. You're welcome. Alright, let's see what's in the general store. Damn, babe, what you say about me? There's nothing else. Alright, let's go. I'm ready to keep going. Damn, bitch. Is this yours? Okay, I was about to say. Okay, Anna, take your time. Oh yeah, we need fuel. Oh my god. We need a shit ton of it. Also, can we get rid of all these horses? We're not gonna be using them. Okay, got that. Got that. Oh, get me out. Huh? What the fuck? I didn't mean kill them. Well. Bye-bye, horses. This one's alive! Oh, bitch. That was mine. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna put this one here. And then I saw another one that I'm gonna grab real quick. Damn, bitch. I bought a bunch of coal. You don't need no to massacre them. Oh shit, we gotta buy it. Never mind. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go! Let's go! What you do? I'll drive this time. Let me know when you guys are ready. You guys ready? I need a lot of snake oil. Do you need more? Do you need more? Okay. Are we ready? I can see if Chris is in there. No? Okay. Alrighty. What exactly is this Roblox game about? You basically just like survive pretty much. You have 18 fucking snake oils, bro? What the fuck? God damn. Alright, let me know when you guys want to stop. If I don't drink, I'm dying. Says every alcoholic in the world. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, this game is basically a survival game. You survive every night pretty much, and you loot and you upgrade and you buy stuff and you do better and you do good and you get better stuff and you survive. That's pretty much what the game's about. I like it. Ultra ego. Ugh, I wish I could just breathe through my nose. What? Am I moving around in the seat or am I looking forward? We're about to hit the 50K, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We're about to hit the 50K. No, it's not like Minecraft. You're looking around? Hell yeah. Whee. A town! No, hold on. I gotta change this song. I gotta change this song. Nope. 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 Not today. Yes, we got a raid. We got a raid. Of course we do. What's this over here? I hate that beach, but I stand in California with the toes in the... Hey man, you're a psychopath to be lining them up like this. What the fuck? I thought about it too. Oh, you God, you scared the fuck out of me, bro. Oh my God. Cause it's so cold for you here. Now let me hold both your hands in the house I'm a setter. I don't have too much to say. Sometimes the silence guides the mind to move to a place so far away. Because of your... such a lady. So guys... True! Spring Daddy? What the f... I'll let you take it everything because you need more money than I do. No. The hatch. That tomahawk. I like the nest one, to be honest. But I don't know. What the fuck? Universal, hi! How are you? Oh my god. Okay, Gorilla, I love you. Alright, should we where's the train? Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Wow. For you here and now. Oh, oh, both your hands in the halls of a seder. Thank you. Hold on, what if I make a pee-pee? Hold on. Why you giving me that? Why you give it to me? I don't even know if I have it, bro. Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Did you take it back? Huh? Oh my god, cream soup. Okay, let's go. Oh, slimy. Fine. Fine. I won't curse for 30 minutes. Thank you for the... Clark! Hi! How are you? Welcome! I missed you! How are you doing? I'm gonna... I don't know if I'm gonna get even clearer than that. It's okay, Anna. Listen, you've done more than I have, to be honest. I haven't been able to, like, think of anything smart other than, like, maybe pollos, but we can do 5 letters, or Bobby. 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. Let's go. Alright, what do I have? I don't have much, but I'm gonna put it in. That's what she said. Hi, Space! Welcome in! Welcome! Hi! How's adulthood? How's adulting? I've been good. What about you? I'm doing good. I'm really happy to see you. I can't breathe through my nose, so I'm kind of wanting to go take my medicine for allergies so I can breathe. Ugh. What I can do too is I can make like a vote on the server. We'll do 3, right? We'll do the puppy, we'll do the nest, and god dang. And we'll do hell for the server tag in our server. Made tips on my first day and a great first impression at my new job. Started a let's go! Let's go! That's so good on your result. I'm so proud of you. Ah! But yeah, we can do like a voting thing on the server. Buy a whole lot of coal. I love chilies too. Oh my god. Thank you. I was holding it. I was holding it in. Oh, Spice, what the heck? What the helly? You need to pay attention to the road, lady. Come inside the gun store. Dude, this music, I swear to my butt. Yeah? What? What happened? Okay, well, I'm gonna go buy some coal. Nací montaña, se va dar del sol. There's only 2 coals right now, but I'll keep buying them. It's okay, we'll buy more. We'll buy more. Alright, let's go. How many horses are there, bro? Yeah, I don't know if you join there. Yeah, I don't think you joined where we are. You joined at the beginning. Abandoning. I drive. What the heck? You get out of here. You get out of here. I'll drive. Are we ready? We're going. 50K, here we come! And there we go. We're 50K. We're stopping here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, but we're stopping here. Meh. What is this? Hey, yo? Huh? Hello? What the frick? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die! So, for some reason there's some zombies riding horses. I don't think we should have stopped there. Or no. At the baby. At the beginning. Why are you shooting me? Thank you. No way. What the hell? Wait, where's my stuff so I can revive you? Oh my god. Oh, did you get her? Or... There we go. Oh my god. I'm gonna stick with this gun because honestly it's the best. Where's that? Oh, there we go. Me? Yeah. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Let's go! Oh, what the? Get in! Well, it is the one always. What happened? What happened? What happened? What was that? Okay, well, anyways. Let's just go. Is this your offline, chummy? Oh my god, bro. Every time, I swear, man. It does it all the time. Hey. Doobie! Yeah! Doobie doobie! Chippy chippy choppa choppa doobie doobie dabba dabba. Wait, did you guys? Okay, you guys. Yes. Also, how are you guys feeling? Oh my god, I should have done a command for the doobie stuff so you guys can get my code off the link. Oh my gosh. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. We're raiding a town. We're raiding a town. The Aiming probably already got. No, he didn't because zombies here. Alright, let's go raid him, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. Where's my... There we go. I'm gonna try and get them in a group so I can burn them. Look how fast he is, dude. It's a blood moon! It's a blood moon! It's a blood moon! Oh my freak, oh my freak, oh my freak, oh my freak! Oh my freak, I'm gonna rest. There you go. Am I healing you? Ow! Oh man, I ran out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Where's my other gun? I'm running out of stuff. Muérete, cabrón. Oh my gosh. Can someone, There we go. Oh my gosh. Yes, take everything. Where's my... Bro, okay, there we go. Where's this fancy hat guy? What the I found him! I found him! Ah! Motherfricker! Guys, I found it! Where's the bank? Guys, I'm so excited. I did it by myself. I did it on myself. Guys, get ready. I'm gonna open this thing. Can I put this away? Thank you. So it's 16565 656. Fuck. Alright, I fucked up. Hold on. I fucked up. So 1 6 5 6 5. There we go. It's open. It's open. You guys can keep it. I'm just gonna take the dollars. That's what I want. There you go. Also, why is my number 2 not working? Oh, it's because I don't have one. I'm so stupid. What is that? The floor feels nice. Clark, did you die? Welcome back, princess! Oh my gosh. I need a GP redeem. I can do that. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay. Do you need health? What's wrong with my skin? I'm black? What's wrong with being black? you judging me by my skin color? Wait, you're on the roof. What does that mean? Huh? Hey, 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 hey. I don't know the lyrics, but I'm still gonna drive to the song. Hey, 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 hey. Data, 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 data. Alright, let's go. Are we all in the train? I'm just gonna go. Oh, to the house. Oh, let's go. Are you stargazing? To find you. This song's from me to you guys. I'll see the light to guide you. Find out what we're made of. Where we all call to find some friends in need. Count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it, I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. Fall asleep, I'll sing a song beside you. Should we wait for them? Every day I will remind you. Oh. To find out. What the fuck? Why are you putting that up? What the fuck? No respect for me? You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it, I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm going to kick your butt in the daylight. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yes, I'm gonna be doing the by daylight. I don't know how long for though, because I'm starting to get tired, but I do want to try it out. I want to try it out. And I know and I need it, I can count on you like 1, 3, 2, you'll be there. What the f? That's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, 'cause I can count on you. Yeah. Yeah, brother man. That'll take forever? What, for them to come here? How long will it take for them to come here? I can't type in the Roblox chat. It's probably because you're on console, right? If you're on console, you won't be able to type. Alright. Tell me to, by the way, tomorrow is my last exam. I know, let's go. Are you ready? Are you prepared to kick ass at the exams? This is my last night to play the BD right now due to me not having... What? What the frick? So maybe play Pillar Chase to some... Yes! Who did it? Who killed me? And why am I black? What the frick? What the frickle freckle, man? Yeah, console can. You can, but sometimes it's kind of like, I don't know, it's weird. Sometimes it's weird. Are we going or what are we doing? It's fine, just keep going, guys. Are you sure? I'm sorry, 1 second. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I was dying. 60 kilometer, holy shit. Thank you. Oh, I was just drinking water, but thank you. I got banned on Roblox on my phone. Why? I'm driving. I can drive. Where's Screamso? Oh, okay. Alright, let's get the freak out of here. Wait, what happens when we get to 80k and they're still behind though? Like, can they still keep playing? Oh my god! Oh my gosh. We win? All of us? Oh, okay. Ow! What the heck? Let's go. Okay. I only have a shovel? Oh my god. Yeah, Roblox is always a little bitch about things. Such a shame. I can skip the game? What? Alright guys, we're gonna raid again. We got raid. Did we forget to get fuel? Guys, I think we forgot to get fuel. Yeah, we forgot, didn't we? Get me up here. What the huh? Can I please? Okay, yeah, that's not freaking work. Okay. Hello? Why am I not shooting? My thing's broken! Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here then. It's only for a week. Alright, let's go. Found some milk. Wait! Green cell! Why you got me the pollito? Because you guys like... Okay, let's go. Are we good? That's what you guys like. Let me change this song. What kind of music you guys like listening to? Ooh, it's got a nice bass to it. Ba da 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 da. I think that's Amen's milk. What? Broke up milk. Oh my god. Play Falling Drugs? What? What? Oh, Falling Drugs? Are you talking about Falling in Reverse? Okay. Falling Drugs. Oh, that's why. I'm adding it to the playlist. Wait. Okay, there we go. I really need to work on the fucking song thing. On the song reading thing. So you guys can like just play the music for me, honestly. I am the base. Dude, we're getting to these bases so fast. What am I doing? Am I running or something? Okay, I'll look at it in a minute. Alright, we need to buy more coal. Turn around. Turn around. What the Alright, fuck you then. Hi, Space! Hi, are you finally home? Play I Wish I Didn't Wake Up next. Bro. Oh my god. I don't think there's a song, like, hold on. I think I typed it wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's a song with that name. Oh, it's okay, Space. Take your time. Take your time. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the f... I'm gonna throw up, bro. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Who the fuck did it? Oh my god. Bro. I was checking stuff. I'm sorry. What's so funny in the clip you sent me? Oh my god. It's by Sugesto. Sugesto. Okay. Sugetsu. What? I don't see it. I don't see it. If you want to, are you in the Discord server? Because if you're in the Discord server, you can send the link to it, and I can just play it, you know? Oh my god, bro. I think I am. Okay. You can put the link of that song in the music channel. Why are you laughing with 2 F's? What the fuck, Space? Do you know how to spell? I'm using Spotify. Those songs Princess is saying are kind of remind me of Nevermind by Phoneboy for some reason. I'm not. How do I? Oh, you're not. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Also, guys, listen to this fucking look, guys. Listen to this one. Listen to this one real quick. Just marinate the bass, okay? Marinate the bass. Brr. Ooh, 999. Yes, Slimy? Baby. ¡Eh! Tú me matas o yo te mato primero. No confío en puta, pero qué rico el cuero. Okay, sorry. Sorry. But yes, I love that. I love the bass of that song. Why are you kicking my butt? What did I do? Ya estoy en el final. Holy shit, bro. What the frick? Alright. I'm coming. But not in command. Not on command. I don't know, man. I don't know. Did you put more coal in? Do we have coal? We need fuel. If you don't have money, I can buy it real quick. Hold on. Is there... Can you put coal in? Alright, well, let's go. Wait, why is my... Okay, there we go. I need new headsets, man. My thing is dying. Like, I can only hear from the right side. 10K more, let's go. Who the fuck is Stitch? Well, I made an investment. Do we stop here, guys? Oh, should we just keep going? I'm just gonna keep going then. Chummy, you can take a look at the fuel meter. It's set. We're running out of fuel. What? Well, wait, what do you mean he made an investment? What? Could I share my playlist so you can play it? Sure. The train ran out of we have a situation ship. Who the fuck is Stitch? Who the fuck is this? Experimento? Guys, yeah, that works. Barely, but it works. Huh? Who is Stitch? We already won? Oh. Well, I want to go because I want to see what's in the end. Yeah, you better fucking risk me, you little bitch. Where's my shit? No bullets. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, I want to see what's at the end. Actually, I'm just gonna ride this horse. I'll see you guys at the end of the thing. 15-3. Oh my god. Revive me? I don't have... Oh man, I don't have a thing to revive you. Let's go! Ángel! Hi! ¿Cómo estás? Tanto tiempo. Tanto fucking tiempo. How the fuck are you fast? How are you faster than me? Entré con el party ID. Se jodió. Let's go. Let's go. Why is this Naruto music playing, bro? Get faster. You're getting so close to the end. Oh no, I wanna see what's on there. This subscription stole mine and Clark's stuff. Wait, Clark, is that not your friend? What happened? What did you do that you got suspended? What? Oh my god, we're so close. Oh my god, we're so close. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! Ah! Motherfreaker. I didn't make it then. What? Huh? Oh, well. I died at the end. Oh my god. I was streaming fights. What do you mean? Don't worry, I killed Snitch. The Snitch guy. Wait, what? Damn, let's go. Holy shit. Someone ran the way there, I think. Okay, that's okay. Well, I mean, you know, at least we actually won. Other than me just instead of me just dying, like always. Also, the Stitch guy, why you kill him? Why you kill him? Oh my god. Poor guy. Poor guy was just trying to play with us. Clark told me to. Oh, it was because he robbed them, didn't they? Ah, okay, never mind. I take it back. Wait, who is that? Who is that? Hey! Alright. Jack gifted you a class? Jair, what the fuck? You didn't have to do that. I'm gonna go skip a battle now. Okay, thank you so much for playing with me. I hope you had fun. Yeah, that's so sweet. What the frick, man? You didn't have to give me that. Hey. Tengo 281 por... What the fuck? Do you have all the... Bro! ¿Estás seguro? ¿Estás seguro? Bro. Also, Shami, if you want to see the special classes, just tell me. Of course I do. What do you mean? I want to know everything about this game. I'm glad that we beat it together, but I can't wait to beat it alone, guys, and just be proud of myself. Casi lo que te compré es de 50. What the fuck, dude? Gracias. No tuviste que hacer, pero gracias. Lo agradezco mucho. Sí, yes, princess. Thank you so much, man. What the freak? Here, one second. I'm gonna do something for you. I'm gonna do something for you. I'm gonna do something for you. I used to use Apple Music, but I don't use it anymore. I don't use it anymore. What moment will be legendary? What?
Papishami has gifted a sub to xjux_03.
Here's a special egg class. Wait, where? Oh my god, that's so cute. That is so cute. Wow. Holy shit, you're level 51? Wait, I didn't know we could level up. What the frick? Oh my god, it's so cute. What? Oh my god. You guys are so cute. We both eggs. You got the unicorn one? What? Huevero. You're both excellent. Oh my god. Wait, who doesn't have a class? Clark doesn't have a class. I'm gonna get Clark one because I've been gifted and I want to give back. Do you have one? Poniso? Tayabo? You're a horse. It doesn't look like it. Can I ride you? Oh my god, wait, that's anyway. You gifted me? What? What the fuck did you guys gift me? Wait, how do I know what you guys gave? Oh, oh my gosh, you gave me a vampire? Holy shit, how do you get a special class? Shami, you give too many gifts. No, I don't. I don't give enough. What do you want? What class do you want, Clark? I sent the song on Discord, but it's Apple Music, so you'll have to copy the name. Shami, do let me know when we can do the escape room or the closer stage. It probably won't be tonight, Anna, just because I did promise Slimy I would play DVD with him. But maybe tomorrow. High roller, 1.5 money. Oh shit! No. So wait, does that mean I can't get it anymore? Clark, tell me what class do you want. Also, Jack, tell me what class you want, cause I have $67. I can spend it on both of you. What? What? Oh, you little shit. You fucking gave yourself a class instead of letting me give it to you. What the fuck? Join a game real quick. You wanna see the unicorn class? I do. Alright, let's go. Let's see what it does. Do I make it 2? 4? No class? You don't want a class check? But there's other people trying to join. Man, fuck it, let him join. It's just for a little bit. Space, you're not even here. Ah. Oh. What the fuck is this music, dude? What the fuck, Space? Gotta go to bed. Good night. Good night. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you for playing with me today. Actually, thank you for playing with me all the time. Holy shit. It means a lot to me. Se metió gente extraña. It's okay. Está bien porque esto es para ver solamente la clase de unicornio. Night night, Space. Huh? No, Space is not living. It's Crimson. The unicorn. Oh, what the fuck? Can I ride you? Why can't I ride you? Hold on, come here. Come here! Where are you? Come here. Can I not? Let's go! I can actually ride you. What the fuck? The Space just... Oh my god. Space, I give you cowgirls class. Is that good? How did you get this class, bro? Wait. Where are we going? Can you fly? Okay, wait. Can you fly? I'm not telling them I don't want cowgirls. Man, I don't know. Let me steal their food, their money. Go. I stole their money. Go. He stole their money. Oh my god. Esa clase no se puede conseguir. Era de un evento. Oh, no. Do you guys think volverá al evento o no? I haven't played. I just want Chamin's love too. What the fuck, Space? Can you fly? Wait, I didn't read the chat. I'm faster. Oh, man. Well, I guess the writing joke went a little too literally. Si digo el otro año. I mean, honestly, I'll wait for it. Alright, let's go. I'm dying, dude. What the in your head, someday, I'm already dead by my Wi-Fi skeleton. What? I think I'm supposed to... I'm gonna switch models real quick. Because if I stay with this one... it's gonna... it's gonna... Wait, huh? What the frick? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I kind of want to go get something to eat, guys. My belly hurts a little. Yeah! Alright, let me switch models. dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for the water. Let's get some of it. You're welcome. You don't have to thank me. Ah, shit, my cheeks gonna die. Those flashing lights, ruthless nights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love this song. I should've known it when I looked in your red hot eyes, spinning all your red hot lies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can only blame myself. Addicted to this feeling, I can't help but swallow up your poison. Every night I bet that body, oh, oh. That's the way yours. Upon your poison. I got so good at telling you what you want to hear. Disappear. What direction did you go? Spring Daddy. What's... Oh, yeah, Spring Daddy. Dude, oh my god. I'm actually kind of scared, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Space, can you change my category, please? Did they shout me? I said, I'm custom lobby right now? Okay. Wait, do you have me added? I don't think you've added me before. Yeah, okay, I'll get it once the game's open. Yes, it's a Has Been Hotel song. The best one. Thank you, Space. Wish I had something to leave for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Una noche más y pasemos. Thank you, Space, for giving the category. Give me a compliment for my work. Thank you, Space. You're amazing. Pensar en ti, bebé, pero cuando debo me viene tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Para ti cojo un vuelo, ya yo no hago ni le llego. Okay, my game is loading. Me viene tu nombre, tu cara. Oh my god. I love water. Porque vean lo que pasa. Ese cabrón ni te abraza, yo loco por tocarte, pero ni me atrevo a tetearte. Mami, tú eres aparte, Chari tiene un culo bien grande, demasiado grande, y yo lo tengo estudiado, ya mismo me graduó. My frames are dropping because the game's loading. Oh my god. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Coronavirus, COVID-19. What the fuck? Ay! Ah! Ah! Okay, please, can you load in, please, so I can turn down the fucking graphics? Please? Thank you so much for the, thank you so much for the water. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god, thank you. Yo le rezo porque antes que se acabe el año tú me das un beso de empezar el 2023 bien cabrón. Contigo y un blunt. Me voy a joder en la madre. Oh, why is this taking forever? Please let me in. Bad bunny, baby. Bad bunny, baby, baby. De washa tu chichitai. De mona. What the fuck is this? Okay. Thank you so much for the more water. My name, oh! Yo! Yes, we won! Dude, the fucking graphics update. I didn't get scared, you got scared. Bro, I was so close to the fucking monitor because I'm like, oh my god, this looks so good. The graphic looks good. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Alright, oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta turn down graphics. I gotta turn them down, man. Sadly. I'm ready. Oh, how do I change my username? Oh, I guess I go here and then I show you. I think. No. How do I fucking show you? Oh, there we go. Right here. That's my thing. Name added? Okay. So how do I add you back? I don't see you. Something's in the way. What? Also, guys, we're getting an ad break. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the numbers? Yeah, they've always been there. Yeah, that's are in the way. I'm sorry. I can snooze them. There, I snoozed them. Yeah, they added FNAF to Dead by Daylight. Wait, do you play Dead by Daylight, Clark? Oh my god. Do be in the way? Oh my god, I'm sorry. Hold on. There you go. I need to buy from PC. Oh my lord. Do you have PC? It's crossplay, so you can play with a console and stuff. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me know if it's good now. Should I re-download it? Yes. Wait, it says I own on GeForce. Dude, even better. You don't have to buy it. Yay! Anybody else that wants to add me right now. Add me now. How do I send a friend request? So you go to friends. So when you go to the main menu, you'll see this icon right here. And you click on it and then you click here and then you can put my name and the 4 digits over here. So basically you're adding my name and this hashtag number thingy. Can I go back? If anything, I can also add you guys. Thank you, Slimy. Game Pass? What do you mean? Wait, if you have it on Game Pass for Xbox, if you download the app on the PC, like if you download Xbox app on PC, you should be able to still play it. Right? I think. What's your username, Jack? I can always add you. Oh. I mean, you can still join, Clark. You know? Nah, don't even add bots. Don't even add bots. It's fine. I'm checking anyway. Lol. Have fun. Thank you. I hope you can join soon, though. And you too, Jack. And whoever wants to join. I'm putting up the sponsor again. Also... May I request another songs? Yeah, of course. Always. My name should be those same on here. Well, yeah, but I need your 4 digits. Your other digits. You know? Maybe estoy cansado. I found you! I found you. You wanna join us, Jack? What the fuck? That feeling, remember that day. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, I'm ready. Be my bad bitch. You can be that la di la di do da da. That I don't need you in my life again. It's okay. That I don't need you again. No, I don't need you again. So the hatch will always open, but that's okay. Honestly, I kind of want to do this, and then since it's just me and you, maybe we can just play survivor games, like actual games. I know for a fact we're gonna have the spring trap all the time because it's a young killer, so we'll see it a lot. Oh my god. What the fuck happened? Huh? What? What? Ah. I DC'd. I think I have the game because my Xbox Game Pass, but since G4 is PC, it's PC Game Pass, so I'll just buy the game if I can't right now. It's cause I wasn't paid when I said I was supposed to be in that case. It's okay, Clark. Wait, is it actually on sale? Wait, for how much? What? Bro. Oh my god. Wait, I'm assuming you have Steam. Do you have Steam? Okay, Jack, I love you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here for playing Roblox with me. Okay. I can certainly do that. Go back as who said Thank you. Holy shit, dude, that's a lot of points. Do you just get points by like winning the game or something like that? Please don't tell me I DC the game, bro. Please. What the fuck, man? Wait, it might be cheaper on Xbox right now though. Summer sale going as slow as 90%. Holy go check it real quick. Like I said, the game is crossplay. Wait, why wouldn't it work? Why wouldn't it work? Hold on, I wanna see the stuff on the tour. Oh my god. Okay, this is cute. I wanna see the pack, hold on. Oh my god. Okay, so wait, okay, listen, I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's lore. So who is this guy? Also, would you guys ever like to watch me play all the FNAF things? Here, did you try to make a costume by me? Okay. Yeah, Springtrap. Like, what's his hold on. Turn the shit down. Like, what the fuck? So is it like a human in there and he died? He's the guy that got spring locked and burned. What? Wait, he's the evil guy? I thought purple guy was the evil guy. Oh my god, he already has skins? I knew it! He's the purple guy! Not gonna lie, this skin is fucking sick. Oh my god, he's fat. Oh, this is cute. Okay, that's actually kinda creepy. What the fuck? Oh my god. Purple guy is Springtrap, just dead. He got spring locked, then burned. No, we was born to get rid of him, and well, I always come back. Oh. Okay, so Springtrap is so he was purple guy when he was still alive. He was a psychopath and a serial killer, right? And then he died because they burned down the building and he was in it, and then he got Springtrapped, and then he became Springtrap. But at the same time, he's not really dead because he came back and he's still killing people. Is that Is that right? Is that what he looked like when he was a purple guy? What the fuck? He does look like a serial killer. Oh my god. Hold on. Just up there. He traps and manipulates kids in an animatronic suit. What the fuck? Official name is William Afton. Holy shit, you guys are nerds. That's the ones from the movie. That skin right there. Oh, really? I can't wait to show him off to you. I'm sorry. Okay, listen, I'm a nerd too. There's nothing wrong with being a nerd. Just, oh my god. Alright, let me see if I can bite you. And how do I do custom match? Let it all burn. Chasing us all on the ground. No matter how many days I'll die, I'll never forget. What's another word for nerd? Oh my god. Geek, I guess? I don't know. I'm just educated on the subject. I'm not a nerd. Yes, I do. I want to see the FNF map. Let's hope this works. I am a nerd, yes. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with being a nerd. There's no shame. There's no shame. Dead. Click on the wrench and the hammer. Oh. Yes. Are you ready? At first, I thought FNF was stupid. Then I got crazy into it and learned the whole lore. I have nothing better to do. Oh my god. Well, would you guys like to watch videos and stuff? Like, I can react to FNAF videos and stuff with you guys. And, I can play the games for you guys too. I've never played any of the games. I only played the first one when it first came out. But that's about it. Twitch needs to fix the auto mod. Every night and night. You should start playing the games. Okay. Dude, after this much, I want to go grab my allergy meds. Because I can't not breathe through my nostrils. I can breathe through my nose holes. They are hard but fun if you're into that stuff. Play the first FNF game. The jump scares might be a bit too much for you. What? Are you implying that I am a scary little bitch? What the fuck? What? Sleepy! What the fuck? Dude! I'm sorry. What the frick? Thank you so much for the raid. You didn't have to do that, you crazy little bean. Oh my god, I love you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was Minecraft? Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Clark. I love you. I know that's not how you meant it. I'm sorry. I was just playing along. Please accept my love and my penis. Please, I'm sorry. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Hi, Raiders. If you don't know me, I am Papi Chami. mediocre VTuber who likes to make and into trouble and get you guys into trouble as well. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to play this costume. Do you want to try Survivors? Oh my god. How was your stream? Fuck me. I love you more. Oh my god. Not the penis. I'll take the penis. Oh my god. I thought you would like my balls instead of my penis. What the freak? Mediocre. Listen. I'm desperate. Oh my god, Space. Don't make me ship you a confetti dildo. I will. And it'll be wet when you get it. Yeah, the you don't know about the famous, or I should say infamous confetti dildo that everybody has, quote unquote. I love the model. Thank you. Oh my gosh, wait, dude, can I add you on Discord? I want to show you my other model that I'm debuting soon. I think you're gonna love it. Oh my god. Also, I don't know. I'm potential collab, maybe, perhaps. It was pretty fun, but a little tiring. Some of you lurking, sweet angel. That's okay. I understand that you had to raid and run. I hope that you have an amazing night, and please make sure you take care of yourself. Do the as I like to call the after the stream master care, I think it's called. But yeah, what I do? I'll send you the ID. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Try one more time. If it doesn't work, just check it to get the points in the pillar shades too. Or you didn't tell me if you wanted to try the survivors. Man, fuck this shit. Let's try normal mode with survivor. I've never seen it. A space. What do you mean you haven't seen it? Space. Don't make me. No, just kidding. I'm not going to. Unless you want to. Okay, I want to stop. You're in a fucking match. Get out of the match. Thank you. Oh, I love you so much. Oh my god. Guys, please. If you don't follow Sleepy Deal right now, I swear to god, I'm gonna slap my penis across your face. And then tonight, I'm gonna steal your pee-pee and I'm gonna add it to my shlong so I can have an even longer, bigger shlong. Okay? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Go follow Sleepy Dew Pat right the fuck now. Okay? Okay? Oh my god. Oh my. Oh! No. No fucking way. Is that the Oasis? Space, I fucking will. Don't fucking tempt me. If you ever have any questions about FNAF and the characters, we can try answering them with. Dude, like I said, we can do like a reaction video with you guys. Send me videos of an FNAF. We can watch it together on stream. Oh my gosh, let me open Discord real quick. Hold on. Oh my god. Can we get a shout out for Oasis, please? Oh, what the fuck have you been, dude? What the fuck? I would love to play as Killer versus you guys in a friendly lobby. Unfortunately, for some reason, the custom matches is not working. We're gonna try normal match. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna do something real quick and I'm gonna end the stream for tonight. But, since it was a new update, I'm assuming that's probably why it wasn't working. But we can also try again tomorrow. Oh my god, I understand. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not, girl, if you don't send me pics, do it. I'm not gonna send you pics. What? What? How are you, what? Everyone else knows what you're talking about, but I don't. No fucking way. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. I just processed that. I just processed it. I just, okay, first of all, can y'all tell me how the fuck you guys know about what I'm talking about? What the fuck are you guys watching? What the fuck are you? This is, you guys are gooners. Gooners confirmed. Gooners confirmed. What the actual fuck? Is this what you do, guys? Is this what you do on your off time when you're not watching me? Is this what you do? You go as incognito mode and you go watch ladies fuck themselves with confetti dildos? Is this what you do? Oh my god, I need to stop. I just can't believe you guys. It's not working! No, it's okay. I understand. Life got crazy for me too. It still is, but it's gotten a little more more in what's it called? Is it my game? Should I open it and should I close it and open it again? Hold on. I'm gonna close it and open it. Oh my god. I'm gonna reopen the game. Hold on. Oh my god. Shabe, you're the only one talking about that here. Listen, you're the one saying that you guys understand. I'm not that tainted word gooner. Okay. Cause you wouldn't go in. Everybody goons.
Clark and Ms. Max cheered.
Oh
X
my
100.
god.
Have some bitlies. Now please stop talking about people touching themselves. Papish 11 smug.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm here to educate you guys on things and internet culture and dark internet culture and stuff. I do love to see why it's saying it hell but you close it and it's a different language. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the 100 beauties, Clark. You didn't have to do that. What the freak, man? I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm preparing you guys for the world, okay? It's an evil, crazy world out here, okay? You have to learn somehow, and what better way to learn than from me? You know, you could be learning the hard way. You could be learning the hard way, right? I'm opening the game right now. I do educate you guys with, even if it's, listen, it might not be educating you guys in a good way. I'm at least educating you guys on what not to do and what not to be, and that is to not be me and to not do what I do. All right, and I think that's educating. I'm the great example of what not to be. Oh my god. If it doesn't work out, let me know. It says so I can help. Okay. Oh my god, the game opened right in my face. Also, I was supposed to open Discord real quick. There we go. 1 second. There's only one puppy show in the world, and it's Tammy. Tammy's gonna die. I'm gonna kill Tammy. Okay. I'll try my best to translate. I'm not the best at translating. I suck at translating. Oh, Zero! Hi! Chat. Space. Can we get a chat over here? I'm so sorry, oh my god. Guys, you got me hyperventilated, okay? Tiny got a kill. No, she ain't. Tommy is the yummy we need. Oh, indeed. My bad. I misread. I'm dyslexic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Also, Cito, what the fuck is... Oh, okay, first of all, bro, it's the fucking audacity It's just audacity for me. How dare you not have messaged me on Discord for a collab that you fucking wanted, motherfucker. We still need a collab. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you. Okay, Anna, take your time. I'm fucking dying. Alright, invite me. Actually, you wanna see how fast I can do that? I can do it faster than you. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I can invite you faster than... You're not even on! What the fuck? Oh. Well, that doesn't count because you were offline for me. What the fuck? You were taking a break. I didn't want to bug you. I don't give a fuck. You can still bug me. Fuck you, Space. What? Oh my god. Fuck you. Space, how about you shut the fuck up and join us, huh? Join us on the dark side. Let's get jump scared by Springtrap. I think that's his name. Make me? Man, I don't know how to make it. What the fuck? I'm updating it right now. That did not take too long. Alright, I'm gonna go now. I said I was gonna go and I'm literally just... Okay, I love you so much, Shaq. Have a good night. I hope to see you again tomorrow. And like I said, guys, remember tonight... Tonight, I will still... Oh my god, wait, I gotta set this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ella se despertó vestida de desnudez. What the fuck?
Muddy Mudkips just subscribed. We woo
Muddy.
2 years.
Oh my god. 2 years, dude? What the fuck? That's crazy. How do you feel about that, Muddy? We're in! Let's go! Let's go! We can play custom games! Ugh. Oh my god. I see. Oh my god. I'm feeling a Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling a Mr. Krabs. Okay, I'm gonna buy the game tomorrow. I don't know why. I received around $1, so I bought the bits. But it was just $1, so I don't know what's happening. Okay, Clark. You better have it for tomorrow. We're gonna play custom games for Dead by Daylight. Actually, we might just have a Dead by Daylight day tomorrow, if that's okay with you guys. And then for debut day, maybe you can play Roblox all together. What is this? Oh, what the f... Where the fuck is he? This is insane. Oh my god, there he is. Wait, how can I... Oh. Oh my god. I see that dumpy. You can't find me. Wait, how do I get out? How do I get out? How do I get out? Get me out! What?
Space has gifted a sub to slime
What the
barista.
How? Wait, what the fuck? The space. What day we doing the raft again? Don't forget. On Friday, if you guys want to. We can. Why can't I move my mouse? Hello. My mouse can't move. My mouse isn't moving. What the fuck, Space? Thank you so much for the gifted. I can't move. Can you look at me in front of me? Go back through the door. Oh. It is plugged. Wait, is it because... Is it because I want it? Nope, it's still fucked. It's still fucked. I think he grabbed you the frame that you left. Wait, can you come, Slimy, can you come here and kill me? Hold on, let me just unplug and replug. Well, the thing is that it works for this. Cause this is right, this is left click. But it doesn't work to see everything. Hold on, let me do that real quick. Hold on, guys. Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. I saw I disconnect. I don't know why. I went to pee real quick, and then I also... what the frick? Kill me! Kill me! I can't even see anything. But yeah, I brought myself a snack as well. Because I was getting very... Oh, shit. Wait, what? Okay, that's fucking brutal. What the fuck? That's brutal as shit. What the fuck, bro? Anyways, like I was saying, I went to pee and I got myself a snack and I brought a little guest. Can you guys guess who it is? Can you guys guess who it is? Yeah, it's pretty cool, but it's also pretty fucking brutal. Imagine Dead by Daylight adds more like in what's it called, Real Engine, I think it's called, and it makes the graphics even more gory. What snack you brought? So I made this Puerto Rican potato salad the other day, and there was a little bit left, so that's what I'm eating. I think we have enough to have a... I think we have enough for 4 players, like 10 minutes, okay. Oh my god, this one is so good, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it was glory in my mouth. I technically should not be eating at this time, to be honest, though. But oh well, fuck it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm going to show you some other cool things. Okay, let's hope my thing doesn't break. My camera directional thing doesn't break. After you show me, by the way, wait, is Muddy still here? You're hungry? You should probably go get something to eat and snack on. But yeah, just so you know, and I'm not trying to be biased or patriotic or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But Puerto Rican food is the best food in the fucking universe. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Know what? I'll be back. Hell yeah! I'm gonna go grab chicks, then you show me. Oh my god, I love it. Period, girl. I'll never apologize for that. I am apologizing because it's the truth. It's the truth. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you guys know this, but Puerto Ricans are the perfect humans in the world, and I'm not saying it. Science says it. So yeah, just you know, we make our food perfectly. With seasons and love and a lot of calm. And that's what makes it so good. Now, I think Muddy left. Space, bring Muddy real quick. Maybe he wants to join. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll mute if I have to. I'm sorry, guys. It works now. Alright, so what I'm not gonna do, I am not going to touch that thing at all, because I think that's not the one thing that broke me. Are you looking back? I'm sorry, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Ah! Oh my god. Ay, puta! No. Ow! Please, let me deal with something! Ow! Okay, you know, maybe you were right. Maybe you're not kick ass. Oh my god. He wants to play killer if he does, I think. No, I meant it like... No, I meant I like it. Do you actually? Wait, did I? Heal up and let me show you something. Okay. Wait, like all the way? Heal up all the way? Girl, you know, I'm a hoe for ASMR. That is true. I just don't want to annoy anybody else with it, you know? I still owe you the... Oh my god, I still owe you ASMR too. Alright, hold on, let me... I have a perk that lets me heal up in the locker. Sorry! Oh my god. Hi! Hi! Thank you so much for giving the shout out to Zuri. I miss Zuri so much, man. I miss watching you, man. I know you're on a break, in a much needed break. So please take your time to come back. But I miss watching you, man. Of course. I'm gonna have another one of these very soon. Very soon. And it's gonna be of my main model. Let me heal. How are you doing though? Let's go. What did you get, Clark? What you get? What you get? I'm good. That's good. Welcome back, Muddy. Muddy, did you want to join? We got the custom games to work. I love you more. What the fuck? Guys, I don't know. I don't think I can handle when other... Ow! Oh, you know, maybe next time brush your teeth. Before screaming in my face like that. I wouldn't mind it if you brushed your teeth, okay? No, don't. Oh my god, I thought you were gonna hook me. You were gonna hook me, weren't you? You were gonna hook me! Fuck you. Where are you going? Sorry, do you play Dead by Daylight? Whee! You want me to do gens? Oh wait, I only have to do 2? Just been relaxing. How have you? I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, not gonna lie, but I'm actually kind of excited for this update. It seems really fun. I'm on a diet, and these ships are gonna fuck me up. What ships are you getting? Mari, what the fuck? I didn't have much, so I grabbed a few chocolate granola bars. Oh my god. Dude, if you get any granola bars, get the chocolate ones. They're so fucking good. And it has to be the Cliff, the brand of Cliff, the Cliff brand. I don't know what to say. that Cliff brand. Oh my gosh, they're the best brand. Only 2 since you're solo. That makes sense. The Springtrap is so scary, but the updates is... Oh my god. It's so on? What does on mean? Oh my god, what the fuck? What do you mean so on? What? Oh, fun! Oh my god, I'm dyslexic. Watch the stage after you finish that gen? Okay. Let's go. I mean, okay, Space, hear me out. Does it technically add calories if it's spicy? Because spicy means it's hot, and when it's hot you're sweating, right? And when you sweat you basically burn calories. So are you actually gaining calories? Think about it like that, you know? Oh, it's okay, Zuri. I hope you're having fun. Oh! is ruined now! Fuck you! What the fuck is this? Is that a spring trap? Capsaicin doesn't actually boost your metabolism, by the way. I don't know what that is, Muddy. Wait, I can get on the stage! Oh my god! I can get on stage! Wait, that's not the stage. What the fuck? Hold on, guys. Oh my god, I got this. I'll revive the show. Hi guys. Thank you for coming to my birthday. My name is Bobby Chami. I want to be friends with you all, and I already love you guys. And don't mind my moaning. I'm just in pain, but it hurts so good. Yeah, thank you so much for coming to my unofficial birthday. And yeah. Yeah. My summer body is waving goodbye to me as we speak. Oh my god. Foxy isn't here? It's what makes the mouth go, I'm on fire, help. Wait, really? Oh, I didn't know that. I was joking when I said that. What the freak? In Fox's Cove? I don't know where that is. Where's Fox's Cove? Do you give speeches during your birthday? No. No. But I mean, if I'm gonna die, I might as well give myself my little 5 minutes of fame, you know? You might as well. I don't know where that is, guys. I don't know anything about FNA, FNF, or whatever the fuck. No, please don't kill me. Ellie, no, baby. Go lay down. I. I'm sorry. I'm stuck. I got myself stuck. No! No! Please, let me tell you something, please. Please. Ah! No. No. Oh my god. Please. Alright, you got me there. What the fuck? Just kill me, please. Kill me. Take me out of my misery. Hi, baby. How are you? Are you what the fuck? Were you teabagging me? Oh, you're a good baby girl. You're okay. Oh, you came out of the wall. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, my fucking face, dude. My fucking face. Hey, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? No, vete a dormir. You go to bed. Go to bed. You're not getting any. Get out. Get out. Get out. Hey, if you're a good girl, I give you the little bit left that I get, okay? Is that a deal? But you have to be a good girl, okay? Yeah, good girl. I know you're tired. I can see it in your eyes. You're so cute, baby. Oh my god, I love Ellie so much. I will breastfeed her if I have to. Anyways. What are you talking about? Wait, what? Hold on. What? I am slow, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm hungry too, Shami. Well, go eat. Shami, invite space. Yes, and you'll have to add her. We'll do another match like this, and then we'll play some normal matches until we get Muddy in here, if that's okay with you guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so fucking good, bro. Space, what the fuck? Wow, you best speech Ellie, but not Space. What the fuck? Oh, try. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Hello? Did I? What the did I DC? I will let Shami control the custom match. Oh, that's why you left. Oh, that's why she couldn't join. Ah. Okay, my bad. My bad. Thank you. I'm sorry, guys. Might be the reason. Well, Space is here now. We are waiting for you. Would a custom match let me be any killer or no? Or do I have to buy him? I'm going to trick shot you. Wait, what? Are you changing killers? No? Oh man. Okay. Well. Wait, is there anything I have to change before we go in? Still need to buy them? Damn, dude. What the fuck? It will, however, give you every perk set though. Yeah. Well, usually when you get the okay, I don't know if you guys just buy the characters individually. If you do that, they already come with those 3 perks they get. And if you get the pack, which would be basically the map, the killer, and survivor, if there is one, and you get everything and all the perks. Up to me. So many maps. So many maps. Can I take you guys to my favorite map? If I remember what it looks like. Wait, hold on. Wait. Where's Dracula's map? Oh, I found it. I found it. Hold on, baby girl. Let me eat some real quick. Okay? I know you want to go to bed. Here, take this. You can't lick it, okay? I don't want you to lick the spoon. Hold on, wait. Hold on. There you go. Wow, she knows she's so smart. She's so smart. 1 second, hold on. My turn. My turn. That's it. No more. Until I'm done, okay? Also, normally you entering the office and getting bugged is normal? Huh? Wait. Huh? Girl, I heard Ellie chomping and I thought you could hear me chewing. Wait, what? You guys can hear Ellie chewing? I need you to be killer once. Normally you entering the office and getting bugged is like any killer? I'll be any killer. Alright, hold on. I want to take you guys to my favorite spot. But yeah, you see, if you want to be a killer, can it be any kind of killer? Or does it have to be a specific one? Wait. Spacebar. No! You get the food whenever I said you get the food. The fuck? No, don't give me attitude. I don't give a fuck. ¿Tú te crees que tú te mandas? No. Tú no te mandas y tú no me mandas a mí. ¿Ok? Te mando yo a ti. Y si yo digo que no, pues no. No. Sit. And that's how you do it, okay? Good girl. And you listen to me. Okay? Don't give me no attitude. No. 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 Be a good girl. Thank you. No, I said no. Sit. 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 Good girl. No. Sit. This dog is out of control, guys. She's gonna be the death of me. She can't demand anything from you. You're the one who makes demands. Yes. How do you know that's what I said? Why is Space dying? Hold on, Eddie. Hold on. Oh, God. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I gave Ellie the rest of my food. Because I've been studying? Studying? You've been studying and you don't tell me? What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was drinking water with my other hand. Oh my god. Alright, can you guys follow me? I'm gonna take you to my favorite room. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Space. Follow me. I wanted to be surprised because I'm still bad. No, you're not. Yep, right here. This is my favorite room. It's so pretty. I don't know to hop off. I think it's 1 a.m. and well, yeah, I'm tired. I can't keep waking up at 12:01 because the second half of the day is always the busiest for me, except night time, of course. Okay, I love you so much, Clark. I hope you can join us tomorrow to play some to play some Ay, puta. Oh, is this what's gonna break me? Oh, it didn't break me. Yo, that's actually scary. What the fuck? Is Space! Pull the pallet down! Space! Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it didn't break me this time. Space, how dare you? Good night, Clark. I love you so much. Have a good night and sweet dreams. And dream about my I got nothing. I got nothing. Yeah, that's what you get. Come here. No, come here. Over here. I was gonna pick her up. What the f- No, I'm healing you first. What the fuck? A space. What the fuck are you making me do? Space! Space! Stop it! I will steal your shit. I swear to God. Yeah, suck my dick. Suck my dick like. Space! Stop! Please, let me heal you. Let me heal you. I'll get Slimy to kill you if you don't let me heal you. Stop! Let me heal you. Let me heal you. No. Space, you're so fucking close to being healed. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Space! I'm not healing you. Fuck you. I'm not healing you. No, you can't touch me. You can't heal me. What the fuck? Slimy, get her, cause she won't let me heal her. Take her. Yeah! No! I was joking. Wait. Oh. Now you can't do anything about it. Please. Space? Why are you... Why? Space, you know, if this was an actual match, you'd be dead right now. You know that, right? Space. Slimy, pick her up. Pick her up real quick. Pick her up so I can heal her. Pick her up. Why do I have crows over my head? She went in here. How'd I go in? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so bad at this shit. I meant it to happen, okay? Can you more me? Yes, please. Let's go to a match. How do you just go in? How do you just go in? I can't go in. Why can't I go in? Oh my god. Kill me. I'm almost there. Hook me. Hook me! Oh, I can see my booty. Fair enough. Space, this is what you did to me. This is what you did to me. Space, where the fuck are you? I don't even see Space. Oh, wow, okay. I was not expecting that. I was expecting to die. Ow! Game over. Human centipede! Human centipede! No, Space, Space, you're supposed to eat my ass. That's how human centipede works. Oh, never mind. We're doomed! We're doomed! Am I getting worried? Oh my god. Oh my god. Space, what the fuck? Kill me. Yay. Yay. What the fuck? Why did it zoom in into his crotch? What the frick? Alright, anyways, let's go to a normal match. But I just came back and this is what I see. Oh my god. That's so funny. I'm inviting you guys. Hold on. Play. Dude, survivors are getting 2 point something for blood points. Holy shit. Alright, get in here, guys. Oh my gosh. I hope our first match is literally against Springtrap. How did I make your game freeze? What the fuck? Also, welcome back, Scenes. What you up to? Up to no good? You crashing out? What are you doing? What you up to, huh? Crashing now at a ROBLOX game? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just cooked some carbonara. Oh, wait, what? Like IRL? How do you know it's gonna be, how do you know it's gonna be Springtrap? No, I'm not surprised that you can cook. I'm pretty sure everybody can cook. I was just saying, carbonara? What time is it for you, bro? She just released. He just released. So he's, true. But not everybody can afford him. Very late. You know, fuck it. It's never too late to. Okay, I was about to say, where the fuck is space? Alright, guys, you know what to do. Ignore the random. Ignore the random. Can't wait for Muddy to join. I know. Boop, 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 boop. Da, 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 da. I kind of want to play some. I kind of want to play music like this, calming music. But, hold on, let me see. I don't think it's Springtrap. Oh, it is. Yes. Guys, it's Springtrap. I'm not gonna fall asleep. What the fuck? You're cooking carbonara and Wellington? Bro, what the fuck are you? What? You are be stuffed, bro. I'm just really hungry and I'm cooking some good food. Dude, I love Wellingtons, but they take so much to fucking make. What? I'm coming! You guys are cute. Say hold y'all then. I don't see me, but I'm very polite. Except for me. Shaking my head. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Is he gone? But he better not come back over here. A space! Are you okay? honestly don't think any killer can be as scary as what's her name? As the Ring. She will forever be the fucking creepiest, scariest, and will forever have and give me many heart attacks. Don't die again, please. Alright, come on. Oh, he's right there. Oh my god. Space, go, 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 Space! No way she's going. Oh my god, he's going after you. Oh my god, he's going after me. He's going after me. He's so good. Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Space. I need to hide in here. Oh my god. I need the other. Where was the other? Slimy. I need a totem real quick. Oh my god, he's over there. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's over there. Oh my god. Alright, 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 alright. Nice. Guys, we cannot do gens that are close to each other. That's just gonna fuck us over. Oh my god. Dude, where is that other totem? Hi, Gorilla! You wanna join us? Don't worry, guys. I will try my bestest to save you from hooks. Wait, Space, where are you? Oh, you're healed. Never mind. Okay, 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 okay. Say hello, yo. Oh, he's going to the basement. He's going to the basement. He's not coming this way, you see? Let's see. Nope. Maybe? Space, please don't die. Okay, buddy. Oh, okay, Arena. I'm sorry. Maybe when you get it, we can join us. Oh, I didn't. Oh my god. I thought I just. Oh my god. No! Fuck. Where is he taking you? Fuck! God damn it, piece of shit. Oh my god, Space. Wait, I think the other one's gotta be over here, right? Or not. Yeah, fuck him up. Oh my god, the one is the fuck isn't. I need it. Oh my god, he's right there. He's right there. I think I know where it's at. It's gotta be over here. Unless I find a different one. Then that's Pug. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. God damn it. Fuck. Where the fuck did it go? It was right here. Well. Wait, hello? Why am I getting a crow? Why am I getting a crow? Oh, what the fuck? Why you guys do this to me? Why you do this to me? I'm fucked. GG. GG. This is your fault. Fuck you. Thank you. I don't know where he went. Oh my god, I'm gonna How did he not hear me? Hear me? I baked like the mini Wellingtons along with the regular one. Wait, what? What the fuck, bro? Bitch. Let's go. Oh, that's fun. Wait, what? Yeah, it's okay. You can still send me the munch pics. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. I'm getting fucked in the ass. Oh my god, I found it. Oh, fuck me. No, please, let me get this. Let me get this. Let me get it. Motherfucker. Fucking bitch. I just wanted to tell them. Slimy, get out. Get out! Oh, fuck. Oh, GG. GG. We're dead. Yep. Damn, what the fuck? Are you getting worried? Oh, why, what? Did he get you worried? Bitch ass player? What the fuck happened? Was he on PC? No. What? What the fuck? Mr. Dove! Hi! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid! What the fuck? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? Gracias por el raid. How's you? How's the stream? Oh my god, you were playing Dead by Daylight too. Were you playing Killer or Survivor? What did you think about the new update? ¿Cómo está usted? Yo estoy bien, yo estoy bien. Un poquito cansada, pero súper bien aquí todavía, tú sabes. Tú sabes. Oh my gosh. ¿Cómo estuvo tu stream? Been playing Springtrap the whole time and I had so much fun. Let's go. Dude, oh my god, he seems really fun. I can't get him yet, but oh my god, I just know he's gonna be like at least on my top 5 favorite killers. Take everything but my food pictures. Oh my god, space. Oh my gosh. Okay, Mari, let's get Mari in here and we call it the win team. But yeah, I know and I understand if you had to raid and run. I just hope that you have an amazing night. I hope you have fun with your stream. Remember to take care of yourself, drink water, and drink your foods. And I'm so bad at this shit, bro. I'm so fucking bad at this shit. Oh my god. Switching doors and swinging that axe, especially skill shots, are so satisfying. I bet, dude. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. Slimy was showing me all the cool stuff about it and the map. Oh my god, it's so, dude. Oh my god. I kind of wish they kind of came with a survivor, but who would be the survivor? You know. Money wanted to play as killer. Oh, Money, did you want to play as killer? I am sad I ran out of Pringles, but I'll have me a cookie. Hell yeah, as you should. As you fucking should. Also, this song is not fitting. The song's not fitting. This is his. Mike Schmidt could be? Would make the most sense. Okay, let's do... Okay, how about this? Oh my god. Gracias. Let's do 2 matches like this, and then we'll do a custom match so you can do killer. Wait, Mari, did you buy Springtrap? I'd rather have us be on one of the killers. Okay, well, how about this? We do 1 more match like this, and then we'll do 2 custom matches. No? I'm confusion. No what? That's right, on the right. You're not worth my time. Right now, this time. Badu. I nothing free. I'm the good girl to do with me. Guess I'm just something that in all the bad girls club. Saying no to your previous question. What was the question? I'm slow. Did you get any wins, Mr. Doe? I'm excited for when we play Plushies 2 again, though I want Space to join us for a bit. For it? I do too. I don't think Space has played that game with us. Cause she hates us. You tell me. What? I don't know. I'm slow. It's pretty much DVD, but more players and different monsters. Oh yeah. It's really fun actually. I don't know what's in the new update, but I'm actually really excited to see what's in the new update and stuff. No spoilers, please. No spoilers. Cause I'm just not a victim on the Backlunch Club. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fundalo! What the fuck, bro? What are you doing up? What? Are you still up, old man? I did nap 2, 3, and a 4K. Holy shit! And I only quit once. Actually, oh my god! Hey man, there's no such thing as taking there's no bad thing for taking L, you know? Or I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm fucking tired, bro. Space, you wanna do the gen in here with me? Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Oh wait. Oh, I didn't know it was this much. Wait, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. I don't know who it is. Is it Springtrap? Yes, it is. Which is just next stream since the BD is more likely like come from me. Oh, I forgot about that. Dude, this person bought all the skins possible. What the fuck? No fixing gens. What the fuck do you want me to do? Jerk off or something, bitch? The fuck? Glitch trap? Wait, what? What's a glitch trap? Also, am I being... Okay, no. I need to find a totem. I think I know why I had those crows over my head. It's because some fucking survivors like to go around the map not doing jack shit. So now they put crows over their heads so that the killer can easily spot them. Because honestly, fuck him. Fuck him. Anything but gens? Bro. Totems? What the fuck? Why are you spelling like that? No space. Alright, hold on. I got you. I got you. If I can make it on time. I can't make it on time. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He left? Good. Please don't come back. He's coming back. Do you even play this game, bro? Do you even play this game? The VR game character? Wait, huh? Wait, what? I'm so confused. What? I don't know what you're talking about. So hear me out. You're too scared? Of course you are. Anyways, hear me out. I wouldn't be repairing it. It will be in my toolbox repairing it. Okay? So, technically it doesn't count. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Oh my god. technically it's my fucking toolbox repairing it. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. It's karma. It's karma. It's karma. It's karma. Karma got me. Karma got me. Fucking shit. Fuck. Where the fuck is he? I don't know where he's at. Oh, help wanted. Isn't that one of their worst games? I might be wrong. I don't know anything about these type games. This is what I get. This is my karma. Don't get me yet. Alright, get me. Please don't come this way. He's gonna come this way. He's coming! He's coming! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Ay! Sorry! Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Oh. No! God damn it. If only I had... Fuck. If only I had a totem. Make it. Yes. No, wait, I got it. Thank you. Hi, Swan. Welcome back. How are you? I'm dying over here, not gonna lie. Dude, that gen was almost done. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Yeah, I guess I don't have her. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna finish this one, fuck it. Dude, he fucked it up so bad. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. What the actual fuck, bro? You're just fucking camping it. Bitch. Fucking bitch. Oh my god. Nope. Please don't. Oh my god. Bitch. Oh my god. Memeo, cabrón, memeo. Please don't. Bitch. Ay, puta! God damn it! No, please! I'm sorry, please. Ten compasión de mí. I'm sorry, sir. Fuck. Titungos. Thank you, Mari. I'm gonna die so bad. Also, Mr. Doe, if you still feel up to it, you don't have to, because I understand you just got done streaming and playing. But we're gonna play 2 custom games after this. If you wanna join us for 2 custom games, you're more than welcome to. And the reason I say 2 is because tomorrow I might do me cago en la crica con este cabrón. Bro, we can't do that shit. We can't do jack shit. Oh my god, this one's almost done. No, 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 no. Please. Sir, please, please. Ay! That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That is a good. Ah! Something! He's coming that way. I'm sorry. I'm going down here. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I don't give a fuck. I'm such a fucking sissy bitch. I don't wanna lie, bro. I work in the morning, so I'm good with games for tonight. But I'd like to play. Yes, I would love for you to join. So no worries if you can't join today. It's okay. Like I said, I know you just got done playing and streaming. No space. Damn. Well, he better not come down here, bro. Bro. If he comes down here, I swear to God, he has to have that stupid dumb perk. Which I don't think he does. Which is okay. Okay. Why? 3 minutes has passed, so I can do totems now. If I find one. Is this one still here? Yes. Oh my God. What the fuck, bro? Why? Why? He just likes to camp this place, doesn't he? I'm sorry, Space. I'll be joining you soon in the afterworld. We're gonna be twerking, because why not? Me cago en ti 1000 veces, cabrón. Fuck you and your points. Gracias. Yes, add me on Discord, yes. Ay, please, no, please, look. Okay. No, please. Please. Give me a chance, please. Yeah, good luck, guys. He was being a little bitch, bro. He was being a little bitch. Fuck you, Fondolo. Show me when you are gonna play with the Five Nights at Freddy games. Should I? Do you guys want me to? I'll be losing my voice even more, man. I can never... What the fuck? I could never let my voice recover from anything, dude. Because I'm always screaming like a little bitch. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, GG's. No cussing. You probably scream in your sleep too. I have before. I have. No jinx at all, bro. I know. That's what I'm saying. The motherfucker would not let us do anything. Like at all, dude. He's playing like a little pussy. Look. Fucking camping, tunneling bitch. Marty, if you know where I died, I have a make it. Unless yours is still... Hold on, I'm trying to find a song. There we go. Suck. Yeah. Dude, Slime is a fucking pro at this game. What the fuck? I love how I said that and he died. Ya me pegué. Y más cómo te mueves. Como no voy a probar tu perfumito nuevo. Dime cuando voy a probar tu perfumito nuevo. Watch him come back as soon as he can. Acabo de mirar el reloj y ver las 6. Significa que no le estoy a dar break. Sigue mirando así, sigue mirando así, sigue mirando. Que te lo pongo aquí mismo. Copia pa' mí que tiene su propio signo. Fría, sentimental está. Oh my. Mari? Wait. Mari. Oh my god. What were you doing? What were you doing, Maria? You wanted to look at the cameras, but he was literally right there. Oh my god, that's. Oh my god, that was funny. I'm sorry. We had no Jesus at all. So I know, dude. Ponemos a. Good luck winning. Mr. Do, ¿a ti te gusta Pony? Also, si me quiere añadir en Discord, mi nombre es así como el de aquí. Frente al río. En los corazones. La ala cayendo. Tachones. Oh, what? Yeah, there's nothing you could do there, to be honest. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Pensando en ti, pero no te emociones. Alright, we can play customs. I'll invite you guys. Sí, lo sé. Pero ojalá que seas tú, por mí que yo soy tú. Pero competir, duele linda, pero te gusta mentir. Quédate en tu viaje, que cuando te ríes nadie va a aplaudir. Okay. Dude, you got the vinyl? What the fuck? I'll be playing that shit 24/7, bro. Slimy, get in here. Sweaty ass builds for no reason whatsoever. I didn't even look at what the fuck he had. I'll have to check back on the VOD. Wait, what the fuck, guys? I've been going on for fucking 7 hours. What the? Marty, get your ass in here, bro. Marty? Let's fucking go. First 10 out of 10. Invitación de la playita. Venció lo mejor. Oh, it's because we're all fucking. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There you go. I'm gonna add a bot. Antes de conocerte, en la fotito tuya, Hablando si soy fuerte. Oh, hola con el viento. Should I give her perks or no? Also, I do not want it to be Liam Clarkson because I want it to be Bill. O sea, yo estoy vivo, eso no que importa. Déjame enamorar 515 veces. Contigo son 516. Eso no es nada nuevo. Toca seguir, pichar y olvidar. Y más adelante sé que nos volvemos a enamorar. Tú sabes que me gusta estar así, enamorada. Ya no era competir. Bots are crazy at doping. Yeah, they're better than me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm fucking tired. Que no aterrice, nadie va a aplaudir. O mira, va a ponerte bien, va a mirar para atrás. Ah. Ready up. Lo dejaste ir. Oh shit, I love this song so fucking much, dude. I love it so much. I will. Give me what I am. I think I like the killer that I already have, which I know it's the what's it called? I know it's the default killer, but I think I like him. He's pretty cool. I like him. He got a dumpy too. I'm gonna overdose. Oh my god, things. Are they fresh cherries? I don't mean to look very much further where you don't follow. Huge bag, can't even close the bag. Well, damn. I mean, where did you get it from? It's better than this fucking, like, you know how it is nowadays. They fucking have like 80% air on the bags, and then like the rest 20% is just nothing but chips and fruits and shit. You know what I mean? Fries. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Please. And I'm ready to go. Let me into the light. Kiss my ass. Fill me with your singing, man. Take me. Ready for some fucking. Boy, you're a fucking bitch. Such I don't know. Ow. Your kiss is toxic. Every move is magic. You're from all over the world. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wait, Marty, you better not be fucking stream sniping. Wanna be ready for. What the fuck? What the fuck? Guys, it's scary. Wait, I'm doing sushi? Fuck. No, 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 please, no, 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 please, no. Fuck you. How do you know where I am? Are you stream sniping? You better not be stream sniping. Thank you. Ow, puta. Ow. So, dio bien. Thank you. Solo era una más, una noche linda, algo. I didn't mean to do it like that. Holy shit. Y ahora ven acá, amor, ven acá. Ven acá y déjame entrar. Ven acá, amor, ven acá. Ven acá y déjame entrar. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to come into your way. I didn't mean to come your way. I didn't mean to come your way. I didn't mean to come your way. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Did I get the fucking totem? I need a locker, a locker, a locker. La vida una, yo solo vive presente. I'm gonna turn it up, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, pero se pone romántica de repente. Cupido es un huele bicho y siempre me miente y hace pensar en cosas que no van a pasar. Oh, Bill. Haciéndolo, tocándonos. I'm scared. Oh my god, if he's moving, I'm moving. Fuck! Dude, what the fuck are you so... What the fuck? Ay, puta. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Or not? Am I good? Fuck. Please, 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 don't fuck me. Don't, please. Please! Please, help me. I'm being stream sniped. I'm being targeted. I wonder what perks you got. Fence. Hey. 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 Fuck you! Oh my god. Y me vuelvo a ilusionar. Space, what the freak? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much again for the raid. It was so sweet of you to do that. Te quiero mucho. Espero que descanse y... Fuck. Sorry, I'm so concentrated. Espero que descanse y dulce sueñito y que te vaya... y que te vaya bien mañana en el trabajo. No! Marty, no, please! Take me, take me, take me. Oh my god. Thank you for the shouty space. Cambiaste. What? You're good. What the fuck? Why you ignoring me? ¡Coqui! Hola, ¿cómo estás? Ya nadie sabrá lo que tú y yo puedo hacer. Oh my god. Ya nadie sabrá lo que tú y yo puedo hacer. Será esa parte de mí que a nadie le suelo mostrar. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está, Coqui? I'm sorry, Slimy. I should have died instead of you. Good night, Vandala. I love you so much. ¿Qué va a hacer hoy? I'm doing good. My voice hurts a little bit, not gonna lie. 7 hours of stream. Holy shit. I was not expecting to stream this long. I'm sure Marty didn't mean to. I know he didn't mean to. Bill, what the fuck? You piece of shit. I love this song. Ooh. I wanna fuck you badly, you already know. Hey. Baby, vamos a él, no. What? Oh, sorry. La pussy en la cara, la mano en la teta, la otra mano en la boca. Me aprieta que ni soy interesante. Tú me enamoraste y yo no quería enamorarme así. Dejo de tu Mercedes, baby. Oh my god, ads. Nice. Bitch. Fuck you. Oh. ¿Qué comiste? ¿Qué comiste? No fuiste no fue comida. Ah, ¿tú estás hablando de culo? ¿Tú comiste culo con cojones hoy? ¿Eso es lo que te refieres? Yeah, I'm just jumping out. Pues chocha, ¿verdad? ¿No? Ay, ya, 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 ya. Ay, yo no sé. La forma en que tú lo dijiste. I'm trying to rest my voice. How was I supposed to know that nothing wasn't right here? Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Show me how you want to do me. 'Cause I need to know, because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I need some dick, Give me some sex. Fuck me, baby, one more time. Ba-da-da-da things, it's you. Gooning. Why you keep staring at me? I don't wanna. Oh my god. My horniness is killing me. I must confess, I need some dick. When I'm not with you, I lose my grip. Give me some sex. Fuck me, baby, one more time. We should probably all die so we can get slimy in here. What? Huh? Oh, baby, how does it dance to know? Oh, baby, let you go. My horniness is killing my throat. Chochi y cooling Kool-Aid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Slay. Fucking slay. No way. Me está llamando mi esposa BRB, ok. It's killing me now. Don't you know I still believe? Hit me, baby, one more time. Why this song again? Muddy, please, Muddy, hear me out. Muddy, hear me out. Let me get this gen done, okay? Let me get this one done, and then you can kill me, okay? Please. What the fuck? I'll take that as a no. Fuck you. Why are you taking me? What? Yeah. Go, Space. Go, 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 go. We gotta get the last gin. Space, come here. Space. 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 Okay. He's right there. Ay, puto. Alright. Are you gonna worry me? I have a feeling you're gonna worry me. Go without me, Space. Leave. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué? What? No te asustes. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué? What? Huh? What? What did I do? ¿Qué? ¿Qué hice? I have planned my revenge. Oh my god. Space, no, leave without me. Oh my god. He's gonna come and kill us. Space is gonna kill us. Oh my god. Please, leave. Leave! Be the one who survives! Please! Oh my god. Te tuve que poner de fondo para comer chochi. Buen provecho, buen provecho. Oh my god, buen provecho. That's a first. That is my first time. Just so you know, he's stalking us. Siento amor. Motherfucker. Dude, I cannot. I swear I'm being fucking played with. Oh my god, buen provecho, buen provecho. Y disfruta la noche y buen dulce sueño de casa. Oh my god. I don't know where Mari is. He scares me. Mari, please. Mari. Bitch. Give me. You better not be stream sniping me, motherfucker. I swear to God. What is showing off his sadistic? Oh my god. Oh my god. Space, where are you? Oh no. I'll come get you. Oh my god. Yes, don't eat lechuga moja, por favor. That's only for rabbits. What the Space. Where is he taking you? Oh fuck. Shit. I'm not living without you. Space. If anything, I'd rather you survive than me. Fuck me. Space, please run away. Run away as fast as you can. As far as you can. The door is open. Go. No, this way. Space. Where are you going? Please leave. Please. Mi nombre pa' que lo recuerde. Space. He's right there. Tú lo dejaste llevar. Where's the door? Oh, it's this way, isn't it? Space. Oh my god. Run. Never mind. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Le pido a Dios que me deje verte nua. Tú te vas, de no soy ya que continúa. Oh my god. Do what? The healing in the exit? I do it for points. What were you trying to do, buddy? I think Slimy wants to be killer for this last match. Mano gata tónica, yo sé que no eres virgen, que no eres católica. Complicada. Verdecito colorado. Oh. Andando contigo toda la noche desvelado. Déjame probar y te cuadro para tu pitao. ¿Y qué haces si me pego y te jalo por él? Es que te amo, ay. Solo dejas de llevar. Oh. See, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I didn't see him. I also didn't see him, like, hooking you a second time. Damn, how dare you fucking... How dare you fucking... What's it called? Sacrifice yourself for me. What the frick? I'm sorry, Gorilla. My throat's killing me, so I'm on the same boat with you. At least it's a good thing, Space. I'm on. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Guys, I was gonna read out tonight, but I don't see anybody on. Tell me. Mad into you. Like, can someone rip my ear off and Frankenstein and me a new one? I wish I could. Tell me, tell me. Dude, I still have some stuff to do. Oh my god. I still have to do some stuff. Chummy, if you're sleeping with Space tonight, does that mean I sleep on the couch again? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, why is this all the way up? What the fuck? Okay. I already know who you're gonna play as. Me too, want me too. Want me too. Nine. Nice. You better get some gins on. Tell me. Am I running towards you? Whoa. What was that? Space. Let me heal you. Guys, let me know if the music's too loud, by the way. I love this song. Where's the gin? Oh. Cada alguien, pero ya estoy fría. Puesta para revivir viejos tiempos. No salgo hace tiempo. Tú dime dónde estás. Hace rato que no sé nada de ti. Pero ya estoy fría. Papi, no perdemos, no parqueamos, no prendemos para la seca algo ve. Cuando nos emborrachemos, nada de reggaetón, nos vamos. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. What the fuck? Are you camping? Oh, you're camping. Why are you camping, huh? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Bill, do something, bro. Bill. Do again. Ow! Oh my god, please. Oh my god! Ah! I'll take a break when I end stream. Fuck you. Ya hace rato que no sé nada de ti. Thank you. Why'd you take a hit from me? Oh my, you guys are crazy. Huh? Huh? What? Slimy, wait, no, hear me out. Bro, please, hear me out. Please, wait, let me tell you something. Un recuerdo de no pude da. Sale a la escuela, no hay... Ow! Ow! Owie! Ow! You still didn't brush your teeth. Oh shit. I'm dead. Thank you. Chequea cómo se menea. Please. Please. Fuck.
You submit.
I'll go to my horse. Thank you, Bill. Ella es ese sueño que tú que despierta. I love you, Gorilla. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Lay there and suffer.
No! Oh my god. Oh my. La. Oh my god. He's coming this way. Oh my god. 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 Dude, Bill's not doing shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. Can you TP? I think you can TP. Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I Oh my god. Oh my god. The age-old run them right to me trick. Oh my god. Wait, I didn't do it. Did I heal? I didn't heal. Space. Con esa boquita suena rico todo lo que tú me dices. Y me pone seria, seria. Tú y yo está creando un imperio. Misterio. Me ha pasado. Que me han alucinado. Y ya me ha pasado. Ya me ha pasado. Que no está a mi lado. Y ya me ha pasado. Será donde y dándole sin parar. Entonces me. Sorry. My God. Oh my God. Bill's not doing shit, dude. Get Bill out of here. He ain't doing shit. I'm not even gonna save him. Did they add a fucking hook right there? Man. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm muddy. No gap in my caption. Please let me finish. Please. Let me finish. Oh my God. It's literally almost done. No ratchets. That's no. Solo mexicana con tremendo flow. Bill better come get me. Buenas noches. Yo me llamo Solo por si no me conocen. Bill. We're cooked. Bill. Oh my God. Dude, Bill's a bitch. I'm gonna die. I already know you're gonna marry me. Top guy. Yo represento a la comunidad que está cansada de la... I see his face. That's the wait. Did you? No. Oh my God. Oh. You couldn't have held on for a little bit longer. Yeah, yes. Yes, he is. Go kill him. Oh shoot! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, kill that bitch. What does this do? It doesn't do anything. Kill that motherfucker. Right here. Go kill him again. Yeah. Get his ass. Yeah, he did the same to me. Oh. Oh, that's cool to see. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Formito nuevo. Next time you just won't use Bill as a bot. Siga mirando. Fría sentimental está. Y yo se lo voy a dar la hora que sea. Fea. Diablo. I think it's in the building. Or not? It's not gonna be on the second floor. Maybe I need to do one more again. Dale. Oh. So, you could see me through walls, but you couldn't stalk me through walls, right? Oh. That makes more sense. I think you should just kill me, Slimy. We're not gonna find this thing. Oh, there he is, still dead. Bitch. The stalking is what makes me see through the... Oh! I don't know anything about Myers, to be honest. I will say it was fucking scary, though. It was scary as fuck. Slimy, where the fuck did you go? Huh? Wait, what? Oh. Thank you. I thought you just wanted revenge on Marty. Oh my god. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. It made my build useless. The show I had is build, you know, where every single totem I had was. Oh, okay. So you know why you hate him. I can never advance past level 1. Oh well. I mean, is that the only build you know for Myers? Alright guys, I'm done. I am pooped. I am dead. Let me get my prize. My throat needs some rest. I want to do these long streams more often, but I need to warm up to them. Holy shit. Also, I need to prepare for my voice so that it doesn't hurt too much. I'm so... What? Yours, I got nothing to lose. Thank you so much for the water space. I'll drink it right now. Thank you. It's my favorite build. Show me my axe being on the ground. It's like a sensor alert. Oh, okay. I love sneaking up on people with a build. I can tell. It was scary. Oh my god. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That map at the house was just far too open. Show me they added an auto level thing. Wait, what? Spike, stop eating them. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, okay. You have to take them away from me. Maddie, take them away from her, please. Have a sour shitty puff to add to it. Oh my god, even worse. Even worse. Alright guys. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. My throat hurts. I need to stop talking so much. I'm gonna go do that one post. And then Luffy! What the fuck, bro? What do you mean we're not leaving? It's been 8 motherfucking hours. Where the fuck have you been, motherfucker? Now for me to never play the battle again? Yes, you are. God. Oh, shit. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna rest as much as I can. But yeah, tomorrow stream, I might just leave the fucking posting for tomorrow as well, because I'm honestly I'm fucking dead, bro. I'm dead. I just want to go to bed. So I'm probably gonna do that. I love you guys so much, and thank you for playing and hanging out with me, and yeah, I love you guys.